Device not connected or available, it said. Apparently it had lost... No, it's just the mic. Everything else was fine. Because That is me hitting the mute button, right? And that's what I do. I always have it muted while the starting music is... Because you don't need to hear me walking around. But when I unmuted, the audio didn't start. And I went into settings to learn that my mic was set to unable to find object for some reason, even though absolutely nothing has been changed with it. I guess it maybe jostled out and then went back in at some point over the last 24 hours, and that's all it takes for it to need a reminder of what it's looking for. Nonetheless. Sam and Max save... sorry. Harry and Kim save the world is what we were going to go with there at Evermoon. Yeah, no, I just... The music that I use to start a Final Fantasy stream doesn't really suit this particular game, so I changed up. Let me just get my face covering everything for a second while I reset our extension, because I have to do that every time. I'd rather you not see the password. No offense, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I don't trust you. If that's what you want to think it is, Gigalore, then go right ahead. Suits me just fine. There we go. Connection established. Let me return you in a moment to your regularly scheduled ability to see a video game. When it lets me. There you go. We're on the coast. Actually, not on the coast, rather. We need to go to the coast, but first we need to build some communism. We need to roam the streets to sniff out more comrades. I believe we wanted to speak to Cindy. This is our new quest. Our political ideology quest that's new with the final cut. And it's pretty much the last thing we need to do on this side of the canal. But you know, I was going to say about the music that I chose from Sam and Max, the Office theme. I quite like the comment on the video that I used to play that track that pointed out how the theme is actually, being that it's for Sam and Max's office, meant to be reflective of Sam and Max, because you have the saxophone playing calmly and you know, unhurriedly, and that's Sam, and then you just have this trumpet blaring crazily over everything and following absolutely no rules, yet still managing to sound good with the saxophone, and that'd be Max. So I quite liked that. I thought that was good. Ah, rhetoric is hunting our communists for us, yes.
There it is again! There's a spectral scent haunting this pier, no doubt. And it smells like...
sea brine, mostly. Because it's a pier.
Years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams, ground beneath the inexorable tides of capital.
I can kind of smell dreams being ground down by capital.
Without a doubt! Your political olfactory cortex doesn't deceive you. The smell is coming from that balcony over there!
You mean from Cindy?
Certainement! A precocious communist youth, a symbol of a kinder, more hopeful future. Now is your chance to establish contact with your revolutionary brothers and sisters.
A chance to establish contact with the future. What a beautiful, terrible thought. Went to the village on the coast. Officer, see you there, Joyce, says the note on the post. was gonna be funny and ask if Joyce was a communist, but she ain't here.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Piss, Flaubert, and fuck the world send their best.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness. They seem to hold you in high esteem.
There'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
Skulls are cool. Can I be a skull? I'd name myself Murray.
Fat chance. But you can still do your part to revitalise the neighbourhood.
Okay then, how's that? She throws you a conspiratorial glance and then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky, as though straining to hear something in the distance.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency.
I'll have you know there was a gunshot here last week.
This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
She's making a valiant effort to come off as a nihilist, but she's really just an angry little commie. No wonder she was talking about the streets flowing red. That's what happened during the revolution. Licky Kitty, I'm talking about Martinez. There wasn't a gunshot here. So tell me, what's it like being a skull and a communist?
You got me, pig shit. I don't make for a very good skull. I like animals too much. Simians and pigs. But I'm still gonna write some damn good graffiti-o on this wall.
Her voice sounds different when she speaks this candidly. Older somehow. I'm actually glad that we had that little lead in, because that leads well into this next question. Hey, sister. Hey, skull sister, why are you painting that wall? Oh yeah, that's true. We did fire a bullet into the sky a few days ago. Let's talk politics for a minute.
And what do you know about politics?
I'm searching for a bunch of mole people.
Pigs and moles, eh? Sounds like something out of a children's fairy story.
It's not, it's very serious.
Oh, did I hurt the very serious pig's feelings?
No, you didn't call me little son.
Whatever. I know someone who's into some pretty underground stuff. You're looking for Staban.
Staban? I've heard of Stefan. I've never heard of Staban. I've heard of Steven. Staban sounds like somebody with a big hammer.
A right communist.
Oh, good.
Who runs a mega cool and very secret meeting.
Does this Staban happen to go around in a jacket like the one I'm wearing?
He might.
Will you help me find him? Again, there's that weird coincidence that I just happened to be wearing this one particular jacket. I had the same thing in the conversation with Manana. Will you help me find him?
No.
Oh, well, fuck you then. The lieutenant lets slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable. Come on, Cindy, from one communist to another. Help me out.
Oh, fine. I'll help.
That was easy.
But first, I want something from you.
Oh, no. She's got you by the balls, Chief, and she intends to squeeze them. What's that? A wicked grin extends across her face. A laughing skull. Death hilarious. It's gonna be bad!
Oink for me, piggy. Just once.
I think I've seen this in a movie. I'm not oinking for... Come on, this is no way to treat your revolutionary brother.
Wrong! This is exactly how I treat my little brother.
I like how that has now changed from with gusto to reluctantly. I'm not oinking for you.
Be a good pig now. No oink, no good.
Through gritted teeth. Oink.
Well, well. Seems like we're dealing with one tough pig. I'm impressed.
Yes, somehow you managed to oink with at least a modicum of dignity. The lieutenant, needless to say, is not impressed.
Sounds like you're really serious about meeting Staban. It's touching, sort of. Staban's group meets only at night, in an old room in these apartments here. It just so happens you're in luck. Their weekly meeting is tonight.
Oh.
Poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. and you might just find them.
Hold on, what else can you tell me about this Staban?
Just that he's a real communist.
Oh,
Not like the play acting you've been doing.
but your
The
tongue.
rest, you'll have to see for yourself.
Why do I feel like there's a catch, Cindy?
Oh, smart pig. Because there is. See, Staban's a bit on the paranoid side. He's got all these mega secret passphrases to keep out infiltrators and the like. You can't join the meeting without one.
Gee, and what possible reason could the communists of Martinez have to be paranoid? It's not like anything bad ever happened to a communist in Martinez, right? Right? The lieutenant clears his throat.
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but I wonder whether it might have something to do with that phrase Mañana mentioned overhearing.
Wait, what phrase?
Remember Dobreva in Abadanais.
Well, thank you, Kim, because I sure as shit didn't remember that. That was a week ago. I was totally about to say... No. I'll say thanks. Good thinking, Kim. Thank you.
Guess this is what happens when two pigs put their heads together.
She seems slightly disappointed.
That's enough. Off with you then.
Right. That's it for now. We cannot do anything further in the Great Communism building because we have to wait until nighttime. So I do believe it's time to cross the canal. The problem with waiting until nighttime is that could take 2 streams, so we might not get to do more of that for quite a bit. Hopefully it won't be too long though. Hello, old men. How are your balls?
Vigilance officer?
Your balls are vigilance? Huh. Okay, then. Congratulations on your vigilant balls. Hello, racist.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Fuck off, racist. You may be wondering why I went out of my way to tell the racist to fuck off. If so, you haven't been paying enough attention to me. And here we go. Do I need to equip anything? No, I've got the plastic bag for bottles. Yeah, okay, we're fine. Because the bottles won't show up otherwise. The radio relay hums with electricity. $1/2. Licky Kitty, I don't even know how to begin to approach you. Traffic beyond the gate. More abandoned motor lorries. Magnesium. The sign says no entry. Someone has scribbled an inverted star on it. Jamrock Biker Cop Sunnies. Empathy and logic. Well, plus empathy, minus logic. We can't really see the glasses because I got this hat on, so there's not really much reason to put glasses on. Beyond the stat boosts. Someone has broken down this fence and the barbed wire. The swing is missing. No one's been here for a long time. Not the swing. The wind is corralled by the 4-story buildings around this yard. 4-story? They don't look that tall. Glory, says the graffito, to the ghosts of us. Glory to the ghosts of us. Some of the best lines in this game are just hidden in absolutely unimportant little side dialogue. It's not even dialogue, it's just a line on a wall. Glory to the ghosts of us. Someone has left their music collection beneath the tarpaulin. Smallest church in Saint-Saëns. The tape you found from a shack on the coast. The A-side has smallest church in Saint-Saëns written on it, while the B-side is supposed to contain the instrumental. Requires a boombox. The porta-reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. Press play. You press the large button marked Commencer and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. Press your ear against the speaker. Keep the porta-reel at a harmless distance. No, bring it on. It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune, echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Saint-Saëns, surrounded by an even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds, you know. This is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trashed your room to tell the one you trashed your room to that Clache told you about. Perform it! A click. Then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Can I sing this for karaoke? I think I could sing this. No, I couldn't. It's too sad. I might cry and trash the room again. Scratch that. I'm already crying. And I look dumb. And old. Let's go with no, I couldn't. I like that normally the dialogues that you select, right, they each are separate, but this is like an entire fucking train of thought. Let's go with no, I couldn't. Crying is good. It gives your performance authenticity. Besides, you already know the lyrics since you listened to it like 1,000,000 times. Yep, they're all here. All 3 verses. And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands in your way. What? Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, then you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand. The lieutenant watches you pack up the boombox. He doesn't say anything. Convince Gart to let you sing karaoke, preferably in the evening. More people at the bar then. In that case, we will wait. I don't really know if there's a difference beyond the fact that the game suggests it, but we'll do it in the evening. It's 9:54 a.m. now, so no singing except that which the streamer randomly bursts into, yeah? Oh god, what's this? A creaking ahead. A broken axle grinding. A bottle, drained of all its booze, is frozen to the ice. Money. Banged up fuel canister? Is that for anything? I guess that's just for selling. A dented stainless steel canister for transporting and storing heavy fuel oil. Oh shit, no! That's for art! We can art. A logo on its side has been partially stripped over years of use. The government-issued red-dyed fuel oil inside looks like paint, though it smells much, much worse. What's this doing here? A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there in the icy water. Oh, it's cold and lonely in the deep, dark water. Remember the tyre tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading. So this is where all the tracks were leading to.
It appears to be so.
The lieutenant has a peculiar look in his eyes as he inspects the wreckage. Let's investigate.
I agree. We should definitely investigate.
His eyes never leave the sunken vehicle. You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea. Run your hand over the cold metal. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. Rust, moss, and sea life have already claimed it for themselves and initiated a slow decomposition process. What's the make of this MC? Can I see a logo? Logo's too deep in the murky water, you can't make it out. But you do see a monkfish float by. How long has this been here?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Well, well, well. Looks like Jacob Ur's journey came to an abrupt end here. Your mocking tone finds no response but the motion of the waves. Yes, yes. Crazy recklessness.
Yes, yes. Crazy recklessness. I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
What should we do?
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea! Then we can get the things inside. The Joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket. A Joyrider jacket! How long will it take for the low tide to come in?
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Well, we don't actually have an option to back out. Sit on the swing and wait for the tide to recede. This does eat some time. It does take 2 hours from you in a blink. So this day might be a little shorter as a result. As you sit down in the old rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. I love this image of Harry and Kim on a pair of swings together. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls, high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. Hold on, it looks very blue.
Yes, it does.
What's your favourite blue thing?
Let me think about it.
Shall we whistle a tune? Got a pretty good chance of whistling a tune. I'm actually not going to ask for chat support. I like this 83% because I'm sort of interested in what happens if we fail, which we probably won't do. So let's just use our natural inborn ability and see if we can whistle or not. We can. The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher-pitched and slightly more melodic trill. Two birds on a wire whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and a sunken car. The wind blows. In the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tear they found in the raids. Further away, a flock of seagulls lands. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for conversation. So we've got three options. We can point at our eyes and say, "So was your dad also, you know, never moony?" We can say, "The tide sure is taking its sweet time." Or we can go with an old classic, a would you rather. Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches? I'm gonna put a chat vote to this. Do we go for the eyes? Boo, go for the eyes? Do we state the obvious, or do we pose a stupid question? Clicking the button now, you got 15 seconds to select. So we're torn between the would you rather and the, this is taking a while. But only one person would like us to be a dick. Who's here that would vote for me to be a dick? I don't see Sam in the chat, but I do see Gigalaw. I do see Bazza. I do see Licky Kitty. So really, it could be any of you. Oh, Sam, you are here. Yeah, the chat lies sometimes. It says you're not here, even though you are literally here because you just typed. Because I always go off of that to figure out if someone's here or not, and it's usually right. I think... Oh, VPN. Maybe it lies with you specifically. Because you're right. We've had this twice now, haven't we? I've said, oh, Sam's not here, and then you've said, hello. So I must... Maybe I should just stop betting on it for you and continue to rely on it for everyone else. I don't know. Well, 2 was winning for a longer time than 3. It's annoying that it only lights one of them up. It's a limitation, but at least it doesn't forcibly pick it. I'll go with 2, because I think I've done 3 before, actually.
I believe it's following a pattern set millions of years ago by cosmic forces. But I suppose it could move quicker, yes?
Clouds on the horizon grow darker. The shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. Another 30 minutes pass. If you have to side with the strikers or the shipping company, who would you choose? I want to ask him that. Do you think I will ever find my gun? Or, man, this is taking a long time. I'm gonna go with 1, because I want to know what he says here.
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
Kim, I love you, but that is a wishy-washy as fuck answer. Also, I love this. You found the Joyrider's vehicle. See what's inside to identify his identity! What if someone puts a gun to your head, Kim? Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass. Can you make out the mark now?
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived.
Oh?
I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Capri, Model 40.
Oh?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people.
Turns out that the animal control guy couldn't control himself. Irony. Squint your eyes and say, is that a number on the side?
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
1 short of the ultimate answer. It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical. Pedagogical. Pedestrian. There's another joke I could make with that prefix, but I won't. Does he know something about that speed racer? 41 is his rank in the underground street racing hierarchy. Small fish, this one. 41? Quite the ladies' man. This must be Tommy 41, the morning host of FM 41. Looks like the factory made a mistake and accidentally called this one Capri 41. Stupid factory. I hate guessing. District something? A precinct? Something municipal? Oh, I'm getting a horrible headache. Or... oh, God, no. It's Tommy 41! It's gotta be.
Right. Or 41 is the number of a police precinct.
What?
Your precinct.
Huh? What? What? A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. You feel like you're about to faint and fall off the swing. Your hands get clammy and the air tastes sour to breathe. Oh God, Harry! Oh God, Harry, what did you do? Nope. Just, nope. Just say no to this, Harry. Oh, show me how to say no to this. I don't know how to say no to this, 'cause my car is in the ocean, and this isn't fucking good. Oh god, it's mine! I drove my car into the sea! Nope. Nope.
Yes, your
Nope.
car is in the sea.
No.
Face it, so we can start dealing with
No,
this.
it's the street racer.
There were never any street racers.
No.
It was always you.
No.
You drove your car in the
No,
sea.
but Jacob Irabububwa, however you say his bloody name. Oh, fine.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
Hey, at least I did a sick jump first, right? I mean, you gotta give me points for that. If that was a video game, I would, like, the stunt jump would have been ticked. Maybe I was in pursuit of someone.
Of whom? I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
Maybe I was in pursuit of the ghosts of my past, Kim.
Probably. Try definitely. How do we get it out?
Detective, we don't.
But
A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
So it's just gonna be there like that?
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
I can fix it.
That is very unlikely.
I can fix it.
All the electrics are toast.
But I can fix
That
it.
goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
People are gonna be angry at me, aren't they?
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget? They're not gonna take me back after this, are they?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
He's trying to cheer you up now. People, yes, but not you. The badge. The gun. Now this. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a fourth thing you've lost. A fourth thing? More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas. Things were going so well. We were just whistling merrily.
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
Well, I'm not in the mood for whistling now, Kim. I threw my car into the ocean.
At least we have a pretty good suspect. If we found your motor carriage in the sea, maybe we'll find her too.
But you think she's in there?
Something about his notion gives you strength. Makes you realize this isn't the end of the road yet.
Well, at least I can see what's in there now.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
Great. Hooray! Bugger balls. Alright. RCM badge. LTN 2JFR Dubois. And an RCM commander's jacket with pluses to Esprit de Corps and Viscalc. We'll keep our composure gear on for the incredible boosts, but look at that jacket. That is a really, really... Okay, the jacket looked a lot better in its little 2D preview. It actually looks quite wanky, fully modelled. Never mind. It's those stupid cop rectangles. They make everything worse. Oh my god, the face. Why is his... He's still... Okay, see, I thought that the incredible pale white skin was kind of like artistic license to show how, like, drink and drug fucked we are, right? Because it's weird, because it looks You see it here. You see the horrible, horrendous little pale white ghost face thing. But if you look at the like the mirror when they do the expression, our skin is a lot more full and colorful. The skin color of Harry really changes from picture to picture in this game. It's one of the inconsistencies I find is that Harry sometimes looks like a normal, healthy skin tone person, and other times he looks like a corpse that got up and walked around. It's odd. Thick blue piece of acrylic covering a thin leaf of paper with the officer's name and rank on it. Next to the writing, you see a man stare back at you. A younger version of you, already disintegrating inside, but still presentable on the outside. A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed stuck to the back. I found my badge!
At least something good came out of all this.
The lieutenant glances at the badge in your hands. Study the badge. Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and in the lower right corner, your precinct. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge. How old? 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He has a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns. And he's winking? Why? Why do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. It looks better on him because he isn't in as much pain while producing it as you are now. Although, there's always already a hint of that pain, certainly. Don't be fooled. The bad times have already begun. Wake up the past. Tell it to stay awake. The bad times are here to stay. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it and a shining watermark. Name, Harrier Dubois.
Harrier? That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
What kind of name is Harrier?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times, like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
Boxer is a dog's name. Undying is a boss's name. Like, well, it's not a boss's name, it's a boss's title. Harrier the Undying. That would like... That's when the boss comes back after you've already beaten him up once. As for Ironhide, that's the name of a tank. It's meant to keep you safe. Do I want to be Harrier Dubois? I suppose I don't really get to choose, do I? I mean, I do, but your name's your name. If we want to change it, we can go about it legally, but right now our badge says what it says.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
Rank.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
I'm a freighter? I'm a ship?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain.
Oh.
It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
What about the freighter?
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
Oh, so I'm a Star Trek protagonist. Good shit.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect.
Ah.
And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
What's a décomptage?
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol Citizens Militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kinks.
Right, so there's a captain. So if you're a lieutenant, you get promoted to captain, and you've already got a captain, then either you have to go somewhere else or they have to go somewhere else. I don't really want to hear about police kinks, Licky Kitty. Not to shame, just don't want to know.
Kinks like satellite officers and the additionally a freighter rank I already explained.
Who the fuck's a satellite officer?
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
Oh, so satellite officer means coattail rider. It means you're that one member of the you're that one member of the survivor castaways that doesn't get voted out because everyone wants to go to the end with you so that they can win. Good shit. It means Time Lord Delta. So no, like okay, so you work together well as a duo. So because we want to promote Guy on the left, we'll promote the partner too, so they can stay working together. But we'll call the partner a satellite officer because they didn't actually earn it. That's wow, that's straightforward. So you've been putting up with all my bullshit because we're the same rank? You've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior? I'm going to say same rank. I think we are technically... Yeah, we're both lieutenants, but I'm a lieutenant with 2 asterisks. So technically I'm above him in, like, esteem, but in terms of actual... Like, those asterisks do not translate to actual fucking power and authority, I don't think. Plus, it's nicer and humbler to say this, so I don't want to be a dick to Kim, generally.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you. For now. Try not to spoil it. I thought my rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
Suppose that gives me some hope.
Good.
Serial, Rev 126205 Jam 41. Revachol. That's a date? Jamrock 41.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
Okay, so not a date. Oh, well, date of issue right below it. 7th of November 50, that's the badge.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
The pain in your chest tells you were working yourself to death to earn that rank. The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. Death March really gets us going. You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you, of that you are sure. I remember that time! The tie around your neck feels tight suddenly. That was a good time! We had a good work-drink balance going! What happened, man? Pump it up! Can we actually make that play? Hang on.
4 months, a new badge.
Sick of having to do this, but...
I remember that time!
Yeah.
The tie around your neck feels tight suddenly. That was a good time! We had a good work-drink balance going! What happened, man? Pump it up!
Precinct 41.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is...
What?
It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
And by is what it is, you mean isn't very common.
But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva.
The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it. Oh. Harrier Dubois, Lieutenant 2 times Jeffrey Toll. Our profile is complete. If I think of it, we should report that the badge has been found next time we go past Kim's car, since the radio in our car is not really accessible on account of being under the sea. This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit, cigarettes and empty bottles, all evidence. Hold up, don't you mean scene of the crime? Not as such. I'm talking about what came after. The party scene. Yeah, sure does look like a lot of folks partied here. Looks like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain. Hey, Kim! Looks like we had a couple of partygoers here.
Looks like it.
This was some kind of theatre to them. A circus production by a great clown.
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow he doesn't want to dwell on it. Footprints in the snow, they lead away from the accident. The underside of this boat has recently been tarred. There's a boat tucked away beneath the tarpaulin cover. Through the broken glass, dusty shelves and a forgotten chair. Yep, there's a chair. You see a dark red chair in the dim light of the room. It's only a red chair. Just a red chair in an empty shack with what looked like a dusty bow tie on the shelf. Nothing to see here, right? Kim, where are we?
In someone's abandoned shack. On the coast. In Martinez. In Ravachol.
He's afraid you've forgotten suddenly. What's with the red chair?
Nothing. It's just a piece of furniture.
He looks at the chair, gathering dust. Red paint is peeling off of it. Looks like blood, no? Could I suspect we staying here?
Here. I don't see signs of recent habitation. This place is abandoned.
Alright. Let's move. Postcard, Coal City 08. And a bow tie which does +2 to drama. You're sure that wearing this tie is a statement. You're not sure what kind of statement, though. I think it turns you into a mutton-chopped Matt Smith. Ooh. A cold breeze, enough to make the wall planks creak. A great stat boost that takes away the best character in the game. Yeah, it's useful for white drama checks and nothing else. Note that I did not put it on. Sounds of life in the north. A washboard scrubs filth from fabric. Cinder blocks, charred, a makeshift fire pit with magazines for lighting. The bushes are too thick and thorny to pass through. The worn and beaten wooden planks of this bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
It's like the other bench. It's a time passer if you need to, but you can only do it when Kim's gone. There's 3 men over here. Some money. Oh! We actually can't walk through this. These trees are actually a border, so we'll deal with that later. Is there anything else down here? No, because that's the fence that leads to where we found the music. find it difficult to wrap my head around this specific area because it's so wide. It happens every time I play this game. I always take longer than I need to exploring every facet of this because I just feel like I haven't seen it all. It seems that the walker here was either very confused or drunk out of his mind. God, I wonder who that was. Can we get into this? Yeah, and there's a lot of shit, like, I feel like I should be able to just walk through that, but I can't. I really hate the design of this particular stretch. Intersolary trousers. This helps turn you into a centrist. Tailored trousers in light brown, moderate in every aspect. They're absolutely unremarkable. In other words, perfect. So we have capitalism shoes and centrism pants. You see dust-covered linens, dried tulips on a bed. White curtains have been drawn shut, no looking in. A whetting stone, well worn and covered in rust. Construction material. Whoever planned to build this house left in a hurry. Street sign is illegible below the graffito. Hard to see the details. The colours, all warm and welcoming, are cosy though. A flower trough where nothing really grows. Maybe in spring. Can't see into the house from this angle. Can't fit along that side, I suppose. Locked tight. What are these doing in the fish? Cavalry boots. This boat flows freely in the water, unmoored. More money. The planks creak beneath your weight. The ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp.
I'll just keep the Corda Lacey in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
She winds the mooring line around a post.
Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, detectives.
She fastens the end of the line around the post and straightens her back.
It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now. So I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That, and she's also keeping an eye on you. Have you been spying on us?
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better able to assist you from here.
Oh, such a way with words you have.
Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the cordelate she read. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is. White.
I think it'd look good in red. How do you like it here?
How do I like it?
She casts her gaze towards the village. Slush melting on the cinder blocks. Construction work left half finished 10 years ago. Water drips down eaves of eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
No.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
Alright. Politics time. Let's react. You're right to be scared. This is all your fault.
Maybe.
Call me Point. She leans against the railing, looking up at the grey sky. Above you there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly but perceptibly.
Have I told you how they discovered this place?
The fishing village?
No, they're in Celindian, Isla.
No, you haven't told me how they found it at all.
Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
45% is around where I operate. Things are getting better, though.
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Tell me now, we have time.
Do we?
He glances at his watch. Doesn't look like he does.
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you.
This story she will tell only before she leaves Martinez. At the very end of her stay.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with, while you're hot in pursuit?
Well, I found my badge.
By love, you did.
She inspects the piece of blue plastic, her eyes scanning from left to right. Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter? Oh?
Nothing more.
Of course,
from
Detective.
Evra,
I fear
nothing
I've...
about
Is there
that.
anything else? Well,
Nothing in
good.
here, nothing
What?
in here,
Of course.
nothing in
Of course.
here,
Of
nothing
course.
in here.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. More lessons in basic reality?
But there is this.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead. Ask me anything.
Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. Of course, of course, of course. I am sorry, of course. We have new Esprit gear as well. That's a good point. I should
Glad to have been of...
dress for the occasion before I try this. Jacket. God, we really do have a lot of shit. Unfortunately, we have another jacket that adds to the same stat. And wow. Wow, that's so fucking efficient. We have 3 fucking Esprit de Corps boosts, but they all take the same slot. In fact, 2 of them are right... Oh, no. The one I'm wearing is Viscalc. I thought that was that. Doesn't matter.
You're back. More lessons in basic reality?
72% is
My
much better.
favorite part of the day.
Increase
Go
my
ahead.
psyche.
Ask me anything.
Because there's really no point failing this, because we failed it before. All it will do is eat a skill point before I try again. What is... Think of something close to you. So yeah, this is a basic reality lesson. It was supposed to come in the middle of these, but we failed it, so we had to leave it. 6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner Emile Mullins whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yep, lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, finger on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emile." Slowly now. "He'll find it again. They always do." What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
The Revachol Citizens Militia.
Preciso mundo.
Good. What's that?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
Yes, we are the Revachol Citizens Militia.
He's being sarcastic. Are we?
We are.
Are we are. Are we are the Revachol Militia. You said de facto?
Yes. That means not de jure.
Oh, I know that!
The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
So it means that we exist and we are, even though the ideal picture of the world, the letter of the law, would say that we shouldn't. We don't actually belong here, but we're here anyway, and you're gonna have to fucking deal with it. De facto is basically a middle finger. What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
Ugh.
All 3 are good to know when we are out policing.
I love this. So I'm a lackey of capital, commie line. I'm a thrall to foreign interests, fascist line. I'm one of the good guys, capitalist line. Or I'm going to avoid this subject and ask the next question, centrist line. Lackey of capital.
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent, provisional rulers like it. Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Well, I'm sure that they're fans of Snip, because there's a lot of reason to be a fan of Snip. He's very entertaining, exceedingly generous, and runs a damn good show. Vlees, on the other hand, look, as far as this meat goes, it's been cooked too long and nobody wants it. Why aren't they fans of me?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown.
Nuclear piles sounds bad. That sounds like radioactive hemorrhoids. Don't get those. Those would be very bad.
They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed. A true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you.
Oh, it was true blue, was it, mate?
That's somewhat of an exaggeration. In reality, ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Revacholians get to keep the peace in Revachol, and the coalition doesn't have to worry about it. Anyway, sorry to intrude. Please continue.
Terranullius. That's a loaded term.
Yes, Lieutenant. Permit me to conclude with this. Who you are, to me, is the police. The only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Thank you, ma'am.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
Despite myself, I can't help but like Joyce.
Nothing more.
Yes, we are.
She sucks.
Yes, that permit. And if those authorities drink so glad to have been.
You just kind of can't help but like her. Alright.
I've got a few people to talk to here. Let's start with Lillian, the net picker.
Hi, officer.
A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay, considering an overturned boat. A sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip. Sorry. Nevermoon and Snip would both like insults. This village is too rich and well off for the likes of you. Tinder on the side. Considering who I'm talking to, no.
Anything I can help you with?
That depends. Where the fuck are we?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
What?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Right. As always, I am the Lawbringer.
You've graduated to Lawbringer now?
Yeah.
Men with authority have their quirks. Comes with never being second-guessed about anything. So what brings you here, Lawbringer?
Bringing of the law, Lawjaw. The questions. First is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Indeed. You're always confused as to your whereabouts. I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help?
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
A suspect who might have stayed in this neighborhood.
Okay. When did this person stay here?
Very recently, over the past few days. She might have arrived on Friday.
Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
Really?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
A pair of missing cryptozoologists.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People who look for animals who are hard to find. People who look for imaginary animals. People who look for animals that mainstream scientists deny exist. Animals that are hard to find.
Aha! Like snowmen.
Snowmen. I haven't heard about those.
2 odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
The like?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
That is a weird picture, lady. Oh, you're getting it, and it is gorgeous. Where did they go?
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
A working-class husband, which is... Before I even click on this, I am detecting a phrasing error.
Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle-class ones either. I could use some landed gentry. But apparently they don't make those anymore.
Oh, the husband isn't for me. I'm looking for him for his wife.
I wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working-class husband. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
She seems genuinely sorry for not being able to help you. That's it. Not looking for anyone else right now.
Really? Are you sure you're not also looking for Nadia Harnan-Kaur? Or Ignis Nielsen? or the great lost city of Ace under the waves.
Have you seen my gun? I might have lost it. Hey, Topaz. I am looking for a lot of stuff, ain't I?
A lot of stuff.
I guess so. Doesn't feel like a lot to me. I could be doing more. Maybe there's someone missing from your life?
Oh, there's plenty missing. But that's too much for even an eager terrier like you to handle. Although you seem very thorough. Tell me, instead, is there something else I can help you with?
I'm looking for someone else. I'm really
Oh?
not. I just wanted to
Really? A lot of stuff.
change that. Let's not ask for her signature just yet. What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
That enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her. Walking on the beach sounds quite romantic. No, I never thought the sea brought in anything particularly interesting.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies.
Oh dear.
Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once.
A mine? Like a land mine or like an emerald mine? just a giant chunk of valuable land mass just up the shore.
Bottled drugs also. Lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
Alright, major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It will be weird to say them all. Choose wisely. Mines! Mines! You need mines. Bodies? The mine? Drugs? This place looks like a shithole. Why don't you leave? Let's do a chat vote. What do we want? Do we want bodies, mines, drugs, or shaming her house? We want to know about the bodies. Sick fucks.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch.
Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
Do you know how to use it?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
Why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective? That's a weird question. Can I borrow that sword? I want to go chop off some capitalist heads.
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check. It would put me in an early grave.
Is she flirting with you? A little? You think she might be? Why don't more women arm themselves?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
That does not go for real men. It does not go for you. Show her. Show her the wonder. Coach means the expression. Behold! Point to the expression on your face. Her eyes meet yours and she suddenly starts laughing. It's hoarse. As if she hasn't laughed in a while. Do you like it?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
The traces of laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast. So where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Wait, why? If they're thick-headed.
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
Her expression doesn't change. It is hard to say if it is a joke. If it is, then why the melancholy? Where's your husband now?
Gone.
The harbour's seawall endures the wash of the freezing waves. Many things wash up against it and onto the beaches of Revachol. Some inanimate, some just no longer alive. You shudder. Gone where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Oh. Say no more. Wait for her to continue.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
She really liked those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounced sinewy.
You should... Jesus Christ. What the fuck is that line? God! Neither of these first two are okay. It's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
Glances at the village where 2 little kids are playing with what looks like rocks. This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her.
She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another better drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do! Can we repeat that line?
Unfortunately, the factory sold. It's from time to time, people need... Some went to... Gone. To the waves. He didn't respect... Now, before... Us working life didn't...
There we go. Can't do this for every Thai line, but I can do it for a surprising number of them.
Do it! Hit on the widow! It's the right thing to do!
Let's not hit on the widow just yet. So I take it that's your skiff.
Sure is. The sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Sunny days?
Aye. Sunny days. You got a problem with that?
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. It would have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the rain streaming down the yellow belly of the boat. When do you think it'll be ready? There's something we might have to check out on one of the islands. The origin of a shot.
Shot, huh? The boat will be ready when the sea turns and the winds settle. You can't command the weather, officer.
Waves wash the sand. A skiff moves across the mirror-smooth sea, far away from here. A lone passenger. A fast sloop in the distance. White sails. My prediction? It'll be at least 2 days. So, she needs to go on a date with another drunk. It is a suggestion check, which is not a powerful skill of ours. We lose a point because Kim's here, but we lose 6 points because we haven't found a spot to take her yet. So we're not supposed to ask this without a spot to take her. Be seeing ya. But it is something that we can do later on, and it's not as awkward and horrendous of an idea as you think it might be.
And here, speaking of horrendous and awkward, are a pair of small children. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. Kids, have you seen any bad people around?
What bad people?
One of the twins looks up, his mouth slightly open.
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is going to crack the case.
You must be Lillian's twins. This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
I already said that. The stone kicker laughs suddenly, his head too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. An interesting reason somehow tied to the case. What are you laughing about? The boy stops laughing, looks at his toes. Oh, okay. So now he's shy. Now he's not talking, just wobbling around like he's afraid of something. You guys look identical. The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact you just stated.
He looks just like me.
Yeah, I said that. The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt. The rock kicker was just being shy, but now he's enthusiastic again.
You're bad with kids.
The lieutenant remarks with evident glee. And what are you, Kidmaster General? It's impossible to be good with kids. They're too stupid.
You're right there. Let's see if we can find some police work, shall we? We're not getting anything here.
Children are stupid. Scruffy-haired little kid laughs as though in agreement. I would have agreed with you too. For the age, I didn't like kids when I was one. I was 4 or 5. I hated everybody around me except for the adults.
You're stupid.
The other one tells him, suddenly very serious. I'm just going to leave now. Goodbye, children. A drop in temperature. An easy flow of air. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitched steps. Just silence. What did the smoke smell like? Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt first laid is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance. Who are the people who live across the road? A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. What about the bus stop? 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its coat. What about the road? To sustain its cost. Coat? The fuck? It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost. I can't read. What about the road? Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them, until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of flow and trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn. You like the idea of rusted bus? The coated paint is long dead. Yeah, there you go. Dead dog. Tragedy came from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. That is enough. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. Breeze moves a curl of his hair. Can't go this way. But I like that they give you that. To let you know that there is in fact life beyond this map barrier.
the game is big enough without it, but... And already you can see how this map isn't correct past the canal. Definitely doesn't look like this, doesn't look like this, doesn't look like that. Hurrying to work. I don't think it was either of us. Maybe. I always got the impression it was just a different cop. It feels safe and warm in here. Not like outside. Industrial coal pellets burn with an orange glow. A ruffed grouse taxidermy. Let us steal it.
Hello, mister.
Little Lily, a young girl barely 4 or 5 years old, sits on the sofa. She's looking at you with frank curiosity. She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally she twirls it around. I heard there was a girl here who has armoured gloves. Is that you?
Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them. Where are the gloves now?
I hid them. The twins were going to take them. They're stupid.
She lifts her stuffed toy up and looks into its one remaining eye as though searching for confirmation.
We are going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
He enunciates the last 2 words carefully.
Oh.
She doesn't seem to understand, but the lieutenant's tone has conveyed to her important part.
They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good.
Do you know anyone named Ruby?
Luby. Raluby.
Suddenly the girl gets all serious and leans in as if she's about to tell you a secret.
My mom tells me I'm a big girl. But she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or sometimes I can. But then, Uller.
This kid that they got to do the voice is doing her damnedest to try and make sense of that and is just utterly fucking failing. Oh no, I totally can't say it, even though I said it twice. I can't. I promise I can't, right?
Kids.
The lieutenant shakes his head. Are you Lillian's daughter?
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom?
Yes, we met earlier.
That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything.
Are the twins outside your brothers?
Yes. They don't want to play with me. They're older and play outside. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart.
They look identical, right? I said the same thing.
They look identical.
She slowly processes the word and then laughs. What's this? Show her the stuffed bird that you stole from the ceiling.
It's a grouse.
Yeah, but what's it for?
I don't know.
Can I have it?
Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry.
What's that thing you're holding?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
She holds the fuzzy beast up to demonstrate. Lammy is a stuffed lamb that admittedly has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing and the fur is tattered in several parts. Lammy looks like he's fallen apart.
Yes. Lammy has lived a long life. Lammy was a...
Revolutionary?
Yes! Lammy was a resolutionary.
Okay, that was good.
Bye.
Goodbye. That was better than Relubi. One second. So, sandcastle behind the house. Here it is. Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network. Broken.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times to let it sleep in such decrepitude.
Reach in. The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse, and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
I agree. +2 interfacing. Clenching and unclenching your fist has never been so fun. These tiny ceramic plates make a lovely clicking sound when your fingers move. The gloves are a bit sandy, but the grip is phenomenal. Let's put these shoes on, by the way, because they don't have a debuff. They just up my perception, which I like. Having more perception is always good. So yeah, these yellow gardening gloves are now obsolete because the fair weather gloves are better, which is good because there's one thing about the yellow gardening gloves, in my opinion, they are fucking awful. Does this have a debuff too? It does. Let's wear this for a while. Let's wear our amphibian sports visor. God, our perception is ginormous now, but that's good. I like that. I'll take that. So we have some new thoughts actually. I think I was going to delete date of birth generator because it's not that important. I'm glad I learned it, but I don't need it because it doesn't give me anything. Learning cap for logic, that's I've got enough space there. It's fine. -1 difficulty to all physique passives. My physique passives are already the ones I'm best at, so let's get rid of that. So there's a few we could do. We're not doing Motorway South. I'd already declined that one. There's Bringing of the Lawjaw. Hey, so a little observation. It's all cool, man. Don't freak out. But every time you say, I am the law, and you say it a lot, it's basically hello for you, your jaw does this weird thing. It sort of shifts sideways, hanging off your face at a jaunty angle, while the word law sounds oddly guttural and low. It's strange. You wouldn't notice it, but after saying you're the law 80,000 times, the question does come up. Why do you have law jaw? Or Searchlight Division. Missing persons cases just really get to you. It's hard watching people worry about their loved ones. The little nervous movements, the dark rings around their eyes from sleepless nights. And even if there are no loved ones waiting, you like to have all your ducks in a row, and it really bothers you when whole entire people aren't accounted for. I think I like this one better because I haven't really said I am the law that much. I'm not that into this. Like, it's just a Judge Dredd reference. It's funny, but it's, you know. Let's go with Searchlight Division and see what it gives us. that's the other reason we turn perception up. You start to see random shit. There's a book. A primer for small kids. A textbook for the first grade in primary school. On the cover, a humanoid teddy bear is pushing a wheelbarrow full of letters. He's not doing a good job. The letter S is dangerously dangling from the cart, while E fell off a long time ago. Children should pay more attention! There's the old woman to talk to, but there's also these... God, what was that? You stop mid-step and put your hand on your garish necktie. Let's get his voice acting.
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle!
Where? Bottle? What?
In this drunk's hand, on the pipe there, glowing blue, a mysterious, otherworldly blue, filled to the brim with holy mysteries. It's hard to know what exactly your vivid interior is speaking of here, but I'm guessing it's got a lot of alcohol in it.
God damn it, narrator, I really wish you could fuck off. I really don't care about any bottle. I don't want to look at it. No. Okay, cool. What do I do next?
Oh, I think this is about so much more than cool. Please go talk to him. See what it's about. I'm drawn to it.
We'll try and flick the voice acting back on when the Ty speaks again, but he's specifically talking about this guy, I think, the one in the top left. Kim, could you get out of the way so I can grab this money? Alright, let's start with Tracksuit here.
Hey, tequila!
They've changed his voice too. He used to be English. Tequila Sunset! That was his voice. He had a really, really fun accent for his lines. Now he's just an American. God damn it, they've ruined so many fucking characters in this redo. I really want to love this, but I'm so fucking disappointed by some of the voice choices they made. It's... God, it's just... I just over and over again... Like, the whole point of let's redo Disco Elysium with full voice acting was, ooh, now I get to hear what it would sound like instead of just what it sounded like in my head. But you don't, because they changed so much! A 30-something man clad in a two-piece lycra tracksuit puts down his pilsner and extends his hand in greeting. Idiot Doom Spiral. Excellent name.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Well, I'm incredibly disappointed by how you've changed. But I'll shake your hand.
So what's happening?
Jesus, it's like he's a different dude. Wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
You're starting to realize that people who hate dubs don't hate English, they hate American? Is that related to my disappointment? I'm disliking change. I'm disliking the fact that... they keep taking voice actors and making them different voice actors. I don't give a shit about necessarily, like, if they were American before, then they're not a problem. You hated the Harry Potter movies for the same reason. Barely anything matches as how you read it. Oh, the loss of interesting accents? It's not just that, but it's more like an accent really does, like, help define a character in a lot of ways. Like, I guess it kind of proves your point, because the example I was going to say as a better change was Sealang, who used to be an American but is now Indian, and that's actually better to me, so maybe you're right. But it's... like, there were American characters. Titus Hardy was an American. A more generic American. He was a brash, gravelly-voiced, sort of, not Southern in the original. But in this new version, he's a Southerner. And I don't like that either. He has a thicker accent now than he used to, but it's a worse change, in my opinion. Because the actor's doing a shit job. But, yeah, they've taken a lot of characters who are English and turned them into Americans, and it's weird. I think I was young enough with Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter that it all blended, and so I never had a problem with, wow, this isn't what I expected. It quite often happens with adaptations where I'm like, yeah, this ain't right. Like, I really like The Wheel of Time, as much as I do think it's an incredibly flawed series that is way too long for itself, and I don't actually recommend it to anybody because you'll fucking lose your mind getting through the slow parts. I really like it because of sentimental value in history. They're doing a series on that. I don't know that I'll like the series because I doubt very much that any of those characters are going to sound or look the way I want them to. Yeah, it's literally 4 million words long. The longest book in the Wheel of Time series is as long as the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. You usually get, they have no emotion because Japanese actors overact to an extreme degree. Well, I mean, they don't have the emotion required by the piece. I understand that. Because the Japanese style is very much overacting. The problem is that if Americans actually do that, it just looks and sounds fucking atrocious. Like, it doesn't suit. Because if you get a bunch of people emulating, I guess, the culture of how people talk and sound in another language, in their language, it's the most unnatural thing in the world. I've never had an issue with dubs because I don't go look at the Japanese versions. I imagine the Yakuza games that have dubs, I'll probably still play them in Japanese in my own time because I'm used to that. But if I get... It's first exposure for me. If my first exposure is to the English version of something, I don't have an issue with it. But if you take something and you change it, when I'm already used to a previous version, unless I consider that change to be an improvement, I'm going to be salty about it. As I say with this, the only good voice change I've come across is Si Lang. I honestly think that was a far and away improvement, and I like that character better now. My opinion on changing things has always been, you'd better make an improvement. If you're going to take something that is not flawed and change it, make it better or don't. And none of the performances in the original Disco Elysium had problems. I understand that it might have been a case of we can't get the actor. Okay. So get someone who sounds similar. There are a few there are a few characters in this game who are different but aren't different. There are a few voices that have actually changed, but they still sound the same because the voice actor they've gone for is doing what the old one did and doing an okay job at that. But why the fuck do you take a guy who... Yeah, so, hey, tequila! So, what's happening? I think it was the same guy who did Ancient Reptilian Brain who did this old character, so maybe they didn't want to repeat that actor again, but they should have, because he sounded cool. Now instead of, how are the high-concept, reality-based adventures proceed? He just sounds like an American businessman, which, to be fair, is kind of what this character is. But you don't need to be American to be a businessman. Yeah, old Kuno. It's awful. Fucking awful. He says the name Tequila Sunset like it's obviously your name, like you just call someone Billy Brunuel or leader of the 4th Street Gang. Good, these people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later. Most of dub hate is a holdover for... Yeah, that's true. Like, I think the difference is that right now, the dub space is being run by a bunch of people who grew up with anime, loved it, and wanted to work with it, and then did. Whereas, when dubs were first being done, they were being done by people who wanted to just do their job and didn't give a fuck about what they were actually making. They were just doing their job and making money. They weren't into what they were doing. You needed a generation to grow up and grow into that in order to start creating quality, and that happened. I like this guy! You should too! He respects you by calling you your true name! Reality makes me aggressively sad.
I know what you mean. Sitting around with these bums, you really get to know the nitty-gritty of reality. And it isn't good.
This dude is just not the same dude. They've taken the character and they've made it a different character. I've been waiting. I've been looking forward to meeting this guy, and now I'm bored. Idiots. Fucking idiots. He looks at his buddies with mock appreciation.
Things aren't going super well for Idiot Doom Spiral either. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
Like, he's not supposed to be actually sad. Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around here lately?
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't gotten laid in ages. He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire. What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
He looks at his comrades.
Please! Please don't go! Don't go!
Begs the man in the pipe.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out.
But yeah, the original interpretation of this guy, he had just kind of a wry smile through it all. He was saying the same words, but it felt very different. He's like, oh, we are saving the world. Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. It was a very different delivery, and my god, did I like it a whole lot better. This guy's just making me want to cry.
So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
This guy's just Gart in the form of a homeless drunk. We already have a Gart, we don't need a second one. Could you and your pals sign this document?
What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen? The pro's gonna do it.
No, unfortunately.
I got a freebie when I purchased a whole carton of cigarettes. Smoke cigarettes, get a free pen. Deals don't come any sweeter.
Jesus Christ, this guy's Baldric. He's not actually, but... See, this guy's fine. This guy sounds fine. And no, it's not because he's not American. Like, I'm trying to think who's American in this game that doesn't bother me. There's at least one. The writing under the Tiny Crown logo reads Royal Extra. No, that's not Rosemary. Rosemary is this fellow over here. You're thinking of this fellow over here, Don't Call Abigail, who's lying in the pipe. 3 different dudes. But I agree, they do have similar looking profiles. There's an American up there, actually. There's a character called Trant Heidelstamm, who we will meet further along. We'll probably meet him tonight, and he's an American, and I remember he had a great voice. So long as they haven't fucking changed it. Higher up when I first met them? Do you mean my tie? Rosemary hasn't spoken. That's Rosemary's first line.
Thanks, Rosie.
He grabs the pen and paper from your hands and very carefully scribbles on the dotted line. Idiot Doom Spiral. Oh, you mean the narrator! That's the narrator. The really, really deep voice is the narrator. I hate him and I try to turn him off whenever I can. But occasionally I have to turn him on in order to make another line play. I need at least 2 signatures on the document.
Hey, Abs! Hey, Abs!
He shouts to the mumbling drunkard next to him.
Don't you? You call Abigail?
I need you to sign this document right here. It's important.
Don't call her.
His trembling hand catches the paperwork. He lays it out on his knee and starts writing slowly. The handwriting is almost illegible due to his shaky hands.
Don't call Abigail. Great job, Abs. Nailed it.
You've done a great service to the village, to the RCM, and to Revachol.
Hey, guys. We're heroes.
He waves his hand erratically to the other guys.
About fucking time, man. I've done my duty.
He brings his hand up to his head for a salute.
Don't call Abigail.
He snorts and takes a swig from his bottle. The bottle is empty. Well, the thing is, Saria, this isn't bad on its own isolated. The reason why I'm so annoyed is because it isn't what I think this character should be. If you had introduced me to Idiot Doom Spiral voiced by this person delivered it this way 2 years ago, I wouldn't have had a problem, because it would have been cemented in my head as what this character is. I'm mourning the loss of the guy we used to have, more so than I am really, really upset by the quality of this new guy. It's not the new guy's fault.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
So what we've done there is we've gotten signatures from the wrong people. They're still in the fishing village, but they're the wrong people. So we should be able to stop Everart's thing from happening while still making it look like we did our job. Because, hey, we went to the village and we got signatures. Right? A few more questions first.
Okay, what's on your mind?
What is a tequila sunset? You keep saying it.
It's you. Your tequila sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
Maybe.
Maybe. You look like you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be. You look like you want to hear the tale.
Tequila. Tequila sunset. Something ominous there. This, by the way, is why I wanted to hear. This is the thing I really wanted to hear that old voice actor deliver. Because what Idiot Doom Spiral does is he tells stories. He tells stories and he does a really good job of it. And I got the impression from the old guy of a great theatrical bombastic storyteller. I'm not getting it from this dude yet. We'll see. Maybe I shouldn't learn what this means. The name Tequila fills me with foreboding.
You think you feel bad now. Wait till you've heard the story.
No. You need the wisdom. Go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my cords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Did we meet on Friday?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
Takes another sip, then continues.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head, right in front of them.
Persona 3 style.
That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, that's totally your style. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can. Oh yeah, not the first time that came up.
Hey man, I'm not judging. This life's a valley of woes. Some of the highest concept people in history have killed themselves. And been drunks. Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, got our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Union of Moribund Alcoholics. Oh yes, you do, bratushka! The only thing better than that is pushing the pedal to the metal after you kiss the tie! And off we go!
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard.
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic.
3 men are standing on a wooden platform extending out from the shore of a dilapidated fishing village. Their cheeks red, spirits high, beers in hand, eyes glazed over.
What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come, to which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things."
Say nothing, it's more dignified that way.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice.
Your hands cramp on the steering levers.
We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep.
In this way, you and your motor carriage have a lot in common.
Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to.
What else was there to do? Thank you, brothers, for your helping hand.
We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Wait, so is Tequila Sunset an event or a name?
I'm not sure. I think you were the event. Tequila sunset. You know, as opposed to a tequila sunrise, which is long gone.
Tequila Sunset, huh? Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women.
Oh, no.
How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Wow, that's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
Did I tell you anything specific about the person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail!
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Okay, that was good. Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
I mean, lost is the one way to put it. Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
Sounds right. It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Did I say anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
Sounds masturbatory.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop. Did we talk about, politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
I like the retroactive personality imprinting that this game lets you do. The further you go into the game, the more the game, I guess, is prepared for you to have picked some things, both politically and the whole superstar apocalypse thing. So, like, they'll write it into your past. They'll say, "Oh no, Harry was always like a superstar. Harry was always a raging communist even before he drank his memory away." Did you get a read on what kind of cop I was? Yeah, this is the same thing. It'll do superstar now because that's our biggest.
You kept calling yourself a goddamn superstar who'd cleared 501 cases.
As you've already determined, the actual number is just over 200, but what's a little embellishment between friends?
No thanks to the squares at the precinct, as you put it.
You know, I don't think I need to hear anymore.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me about? Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right? Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Yeah. Want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar. You might get scammed here. I have a feeling this is going to cost me a lot.
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather modest contribution. A little motivational package.
It's the same positioning, isn't it? It's a different face, but the eyes and the nose and the mouth are in the same spot. It's that same lean. The alcoholic's lean, whereas Kim stands straight. So this is how being on the other side of the barrel feels. You want booze, don't you?
I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see? So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
I don't have any on me right now.
Then I will see you again once you've procured some. Par exemple, my good friend Rosemary here sells all kinds of stuff.
All kinds, sir. Beer and wine.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
So, the reason why I stopped there, even though I do have booze, is because I kind of... It's going to seem funny. But I kind of want to drink some before I give it to him. And the reason why is because I do have a quest to find booze and drink it, and I'd like to tick that off before I give up the booze. So we're just going to have a drink. It raises physique, so it's kind of useless to me, which is why I've never done it. But I think it's thematically fitting after hearing that story to just want to take a sip. Well, hello! Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol! Here's where the magic happens! Light reflects off the green glass of the Commodore Red. The gods have been generous. Better pop it open before they change their minds. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done that. I don't know about this. Should I, though? I may have a teeny-weeny heart attack problem. Oh, yes, the chest pain and the dizziness. You've suffered long enough. Now it's time to drink, to live.
Why is it always about you? Your heart problem! Your coronary artery! Think about us! We're in this together! You and your wacky tie of substance abuse! Do it for us! Pop it open!
Why does my tie like drugs so much? Open the bottle. There's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, detective. You're home now. You see a flash of teeth. A young woman smiling at you near some railway overpass in your ruined past. She's gorgeous, and she is yours. What will be the repercussions if I take this sip? Nothing! Some mental stuff. Nothing to be worried about. Physically, you'll be strong as an ox. A golden sun melts down your throat, its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. A golden sun leading to a lost age, followed by a dark dawn. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. So does your mind. All the bad things are melting. You're you again. A real cop. A real detective. Incredibly well done. From the void we came, and to the void we must return. And now we'll give the bottle to him.
Tequila sunset. Of course. Drink first, story later. Classy.
He snatches the bottle and pushes the cork in through the bottle neck.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
One of the other bums interjects.
Don't call Abigail!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George, but around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual, a founder/junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
Can we, keep the boring business shit brief?
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff.
You really like the term high concept, don't you?
I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
Wait, how many people did you have working for you?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
Did the jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
He says thoughtfully, brushing dust off his shit-stained pants. What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
He shakes the bottle and makes a ringing sound. He's right. It's incredibly annoying. His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles. His eyes are your eyes, his eyes are your eyes. When his eyes drink lots, they get all bloodshot.
So I removed the keyring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan.
Right. Separate your keys, put them into different pockets. This is seeming awfully mundane so far.
I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
How wet are we talking exactly?
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard.
There's a trace of derision in his voice.
I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless.
Oh dear.
Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
I would have landed on my feet. I've got feline reflexes. No, you don't!
Whatever. The point is, reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
How? That you said that you took those 2 keys and put them into... What? You gotta be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
Okay, so what happened next?
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
He pauses meaningfully. Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
Wait, is that it? I feel like there are some steps missing.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me. So they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. You do realize all of this is your own fault.
I don't remember you being such a dick before, Tequila.
He takes a slow, despondent sip from his bottle, and then looks out the bay towards the skyscrapers of La Delta.
That doesn't mean you're wrong, though. Anyway, that was all the tale one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty 2-piece lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these 2 drunks.
You of all people could empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with. What was the name of your agency?
My agency. Man. The Boom Boom Room.
Oh, I think I've heard a song about that.
Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called Thin Air. The artists were happy, the clients were happy.
The mages and their mana management was happy.
I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
Are you doing Parappa the Rapper, Snip? Jesus. Sounds intriguing. What say you, art cop? Mixing oil painting and breasts to make ads isn't high art, it's just cynical wankery.
Mixing high and low, commodifying culture, that is extremely my shit. And I'm going to say cynical wankery because I like that phrase.
Well, you know, sex sells. That's the first rule of advertising.
Maybe, but it's still tired.
Maybe you're right. Who knows? Maybe we were behind the curve? We were fucking rich, though, that much I know.
What's up with the tracksuit?
What? You've never seen 100% Lycra before? Go on, feel that primo material.
The man extends his arm. You really shouldn't touch it. I'll just admire it from afar, thanks.
That might be the right idea. This here is one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum, honestly. Can't get it anymore. It was too primo, even for Grodd.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosemary. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them any time.
What about the other drunks?
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics? They're exactly what they look like.
Hey, tequila! You want to buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
Don't call Abigail.
And this is Abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together.
What's this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my Lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
Wait. You're asking a police officer to help you find a jacket that you admit that you stole and then lost.
Yeah, exactly. You're here to serve, right?
Okay, sure. Where did you lose it?
If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? I mean, maybe I was up by the boardwalk, or walking along the beach, or checking out the abandoned fish market.
That is a lot of places.
Somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it.
Right.
I'm all ears, Tequila. What's in a...
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna
Don't
Shut up, guy. I was once...
On second thought, I couldn't
So
have.
you
I just wanted
don't
to-
want to just hear the same story again?
I just wanted to stop that line from
Okay.
being lit up.
Okay. Huh.
Have you got any more stories?
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low.
He spins the
If you
bottle in his
catch my
hand.
drift.
Not a single drop of liquid remains. I don't have any on me right now.
Cottonmouth is keeping my tongue imprisoned.
You poor thing. Let's talk to Don't Call Abigail over here.
Don't call Abigail.
Grumbles an unshaven man with a ruddy nose. He narrows his eyes at you as if in recognition and then turns his head away. The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail.
I am the law.
You really don't have to. Besides, he won't understand you anyway.
Abigail. Oh, Abigail.
He mutters while trying to brush something off his extremely dirty trousers. His movements are slow and awkward. Who's Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
You're not going to get anything from this guy. He's too drunk. Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life, but this guy is a little too drunk. Seen any women around here lately?
Abigail? Abigail, where are you?
Who are you? What's your name?
Don't call Abigail.
Where am I? What is this place? The man hiccups and then mumbles something unintelligible. Hey, I'm on a important official investigation. I demand you answer my questions.
There's no use in yelling at drunks. He's barely holding it together.
The drunk man starts coughing, a really disgusting hacking cough. He does not sound well at all. Why shouldn't I call Abigail? He snorts, beckons you to lean in closer. Lean in.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
He then waves his hand as if shooing you away.
Don't call
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
Uncle. Uncle.
Hey, wake up! No waking him up from his stupor. His mind is elsewhere. Alright. Well, see if we can find an Abigail anywhere, hey? Let's talk to Rosemary now. I think the tie will interject too, some sort of... on hand
Good
for
to
that.
see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
What are you talking about?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Yeah, let's just turn the narrator on for the sake of the tie.
See? There it is, Bratushka! The spirit! Let's buy the spirit! 300 real is a lot, but this has to be done!
I don't have 300 real. I don't have 100 real anymore.
It's our end game!
This is just another stupid drunk idea I'm having, and I'm attributing it to my necktie. This is the mystery and the truth, and I need to buy the spirit. What if I don't want to listen to my necktie anymore? Let's do a chat vote here. 1, 2, or 3. It'll show up when I hit this button, give or take the stream delay. You click on which one you want, unless you're on mobile, in which case you can fucking suffer. Good start. Good start so far. Oh my god. 6 votes and you fucking split it. Wow. Wowie. What if I don't want to listen to my necktie anymore?
Snap out of it, Bratan! This is no time for melancholy introspection! It's time to buy that spirit!
It's 50-50 now. Do it again. It's probably gonna railroad me towards option 2 anyway. Oh my god, guys, really? Guys! This is the mystery and the truth, and I need to buy that spirit. Oh, don't worry, South Robin. This is way better than you think it is.
Exactly! This is no ordinary drink! It's what our relationship has been building towards all these years! This is the climax, the mystery, the virginal sigh! That drink is special! You have to buy it from him! Get it off him! Kill him if you have to! Our ultimate fate depends on it! And the fate of many worlds!
Spirit is eternal. The horrific necktie is getting ready for the endgame. For the love of God, do not remove it till the magic happens.
The lieutenant looks at you, looking at the bottle of spirits, then at Rosemary, suspiciously.
Amphetamine?
Aye, by amphetamine I mean speed.
I think you didn't hear me when I said I'm a police officer.
Sure did, buddy boy. That's why I said amphetamine. I mean speed. I mean amphetamine. I got both.
I thought by speed you meant amphetamine.
Aye, that's what I said.
Right, got it.
Good, my man. Now what can I offer you?
Quite the business venture you've set up here.
Oh. The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard.
What do you mean?
You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor exquise, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now, I got everyone on my hook.
He spreads his arms and smiles a crooked, toothless smile.
The hook. Where is it? I can't see it.
Looks like you're on your own hook, too.
Of course. It is what it is, you know. What it's always been. People, buddy boy. It's the people.
Well, the good news, South Robin, is we can't buy the spirit because we can't afford it. Why does the bottle of spirits cost 300 real?
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
He brings out a 1-litre bottle with bluish liquid. The mouth is corked shut. Nod, let him speak.
You know, it's funny, actually.
Takes 3 gulps of his Pilsner and stares at you intently.
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What is?
What?
Keep him talking.
What do you mean what? What did you think was funny earlier?
This guy.
Where did you get the bottle of spirits from?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits.
Oh.
The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office.
He ain't shitting you! Medicinal spirits are a blast, Bratan! The flaming truth of this joke of a world!
I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink.
He spits a nasty yellow clot on the ground before you.
Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
That's a good tip, I should remember it.
It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
Have they no shame taking money for a service they provide?
But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead thingies.
He gets an excited gleam in his eyes.
It's like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff.
Snakes?
98.7% almost pure alcohol. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
3 real? Oh, yes, absolutely.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
Boom!
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
Bratan, I am so proud! Now, whatever you do, don't drink it!
Oh.
This deserves so much more than just regular oral consumption!
Are we gonna butt chug the blue stuff?
The tie is so on the money there. Up the bum it goes.
But I don't want to put it up my bum.
Who said anything about putting it up there? No! We're gonna put it into a way more special place! So special! Just hang on to it! Keep it safe! Wait for my sign!
Where else?
Soon. The time will come soon. Have patience, brave one. I'm getting a really dark vibe from this. This won't be pretty.
Okay, well we can turn off all these voices now. That's it for now. It's gonna be a while before you get more information on what all that means. I know what it means, but have patience, friends.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
Mm-hmm. This liquid has an unearthly blue tint. The kind that might or might not, but definitely does glow in the dark. This is 98.7% pure alcohol. Keep it away from an open flame. That was worth listening to the narrator. I feel like I would have made it funny too. Okay, so let's just take a quick look at this envelope now that we've got the signatures for the members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics. Yes. It is signed by Idiot Doom Spiral and someone called Domtwaklal Abhekawil. Alright. What else we got? Wait. Look for the jacket. Hold on to the spirits. Ah, we do need to talk to one more person in the village. We need to talk to the old lady who doesn't seem to be speaking any English, so let's see how this goes. But there aren't any other buildings to go into except for this locked one. Inside, you hear the cozy sound of some kind of heater sputtering. Yeah, I could get free morale, like, if... By looking at this envelope over and over again, I could get infinite morale. The woman, next to a bucket of clothes, hums an odd melody. Her eyes are closed.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
If you can't see, how did you know I was here?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come.
Okay.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Breton! Shows you got style!
We're cops. We're hellraisers. Click, click, bang, bang. What he said. We're cops. We don't cause trouble. We take care of trouble. I don't know. What does chat think? I'll do a vote. Do we listen to the necktie? Or do we not be an idiot to the old woman? So far, so necktie. Necktie it is. Click, click, bang, bang.
No, you're not. I've seen you around here before. 12 years ago. You didn't raise any hell. You were quite helpful, actually. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Wait, I've been here before?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over there.
She points to the building behind her.
He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place. Somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat. What kind of an ill omen are we talking about?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
Such an interesting... I took a while to process that line. The cops got the door open for him, took him to think about what he'd done in a secluded place. God. What a way to describe a murder and an arrest. Dark tidings, Black Hound. That's you, alright. A black hound licking your own heels. If I'm considered an ill omen, why hasn't anyone told me that?
Maybe they are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built.
Yeah? Have you happened to take in a woman who had men with guns chasing her? Well, man with gun and man looking for his gun.
I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage.
Oh, I found a parking
space. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone. Searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Okay, but do you know who I'm talking about?
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works. And it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
This is like when that man locked himself in the woodshed. We just need to help her come out.
No, it's not like that, man. With him we called you. Right now, you just arrive by yourself. Like a raven plucking at the window glass.
Enough of this. She better start talking right now! I see. You know something, but you've decided not to tell us.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
Ruby was here. You know it. Where could someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
There's this guy, Gart, who makes me give him money every night just so I don't die out in the cold.
That's exactly how they get ya. That's why we built our own cinder block houses on the seaside. So we don't have to give money to those crooks. We might not look like much, but they are ours.
Wait, why isn't anyone using the room?
My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm.
One more time. I can just have the room.
Aye. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here.
It would help me stay in touch with the proletariat. 45.
You best not be plotting another revolution under my roof.
Oh.
We barely got through the last one. But the room, do you want it?
46. You got yourself a tenant.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
I was wondering if it was going to stick at 45, because I said something earlier that I thought was a commie line, but it stayed at 45, and so that made me paranoid that 45 was like the cap of how many of a certain ideology you could say. But no, they're still tallying. 45 would be a weird number to cap it at. A key appears from under her apron. She hands it to you.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
He's a little relieved that you're no longer in that room. Should he? This environment encourages one thing and one thing only. Drinking. I would have thought it would encourage fishing. Finally, you have those lamos of matinees off your back, Bratan! This looks like a great place to bring chicks! What's in this fishing village?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What do you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
This place is so pornographically poor that it's not even funny. This place is pornographically poor.
The lack of wealth is the one thing we've got in abundance.
The woman smiles cryptically. It's a cold, cynical smile.
Riddles. Fits with the general ambiance here.
Aye. Sometimes it's as though I'm also gotten lost inside this nameless nothing.
I'm lost too.
Oh, it seems to be a common theme these days.
I think I'm in the process of finding myself again.
Isn't that what people always think when they are lost? Something I can do for you to find your way, officer?
There's got to be something here. Tell me.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soot. Small houses under them, an overgrown park. The pox? What's that?
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses. Shacks as far as the eye can see.
What happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
What happened to the Goodwill Hospital? Ah, the goodwill ran out. Who lives in this village other than yourself?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they are away right now.
What about the drunks?
And then there's the drunks.
Ah.
Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
I met Lillian and her kids already.
Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left.
I think I also met the drunks.
I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them in rotation. A new face pops up every now and then, and an old one disappears and is forgotten. This is who we are.
Is there a way to make a little money around here?
Here? For you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
Okay. What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Why is it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking. I get the feeling you're leaving stuff out. What else is going on?
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
Perhaps the mysterious music is somehow connected to the case. A Rusalka or a half-demonic Apsara singing. What else is on down coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Which is it then? Apartments or an electrical plant?
I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
Anything else of note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
Who'd want to come to a fish market here?
No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
And then the lorry gets stuck for a week. That's it? There's got to be more along the coast.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible.
Impossible door.
And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
Drops a bar of soap into the bucket with a splash. Tell me about yourself. Who exactly are you here?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
Lieutenant W. Freitor Harrier Dubois. You can call me Tequila Sunset. Let's go with Tequila Sunset.
Why would I do that? That's a fool's name. Are you a fool? Don't ridicule yourself before an old woman, officer. It's undignified.
Like the hag can tell a difference between fool and cool. Come on! As far as names go, Tequila Sunset is dangerously cool.
Do you know anything about a lost jacket?
What do you want with a lost jacket?
To find it. Duh.
That's an excellent question, ma'am.
It's not for me. I'm on a philosophical journey to fetch it for someone.
Like a smart dog, yes?
Like a dog, yes. Loyal and dependable.
Are you getting a reward for it at least?
No.
What? You're fetching someone's missing laundry free of charge? Do you not have anything better to do?
In fact, he does.
None of my business, either way. How you spend your hours is up to you. Anyhow, you might ask Lillian if she's seen anything lately. That girl's got a way of attracting lost and broken things.
Like me? Well, goodbye, I'm off.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can. So, what will it be, officer?
Idiot Doom Spiral over there needs his jacket. Have you seen it?
Unbelievable. You are looking for more lost things. Doom Spiral losing his jacket, on the other hand, is very believable. I mean, he has lost everything else already. It's a good thing, too, that he has an actual police officer looking for it. Good old Doom Spiral. Upper management to the core.
That's odd. Is she actually impressed? I'm just trying to help out a stranger in need.
How sweet of you. It really is. I check around the abandoned fish market on the boardwalk. Drunks are inexplicably drawn to markets. Might be why they have such trouble staying in business.
A phenomenon that the spectral hand theory of the market fails to account for.
If one of them lost something, that's as good a place to start looking as any.
I'm gonna not tell her that that's my motor carriage in the sea because I want to ask her out later. What a sentence that was. Let's check out our new home. The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement and look for any signs of Ruby. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the Whirling in Rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
I think you can actually choose each night now where you want to stay. You can go back to the Whirling and pay Gart, or you can go in here and pay no one. We could have slept here last night if I hadn't have done it the way I did it, so technically I'm 20 real unnecessarily poorer than I should be, but I also got the 100 real from the capitalists, so that doesn't always happen, so I felt I could afford it in exchange for staying on the other side of the canal for as long as possible. Not paying Gart, the superior life choice. The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. No time to rest yet, though. There's a Korojev jacket. This swanky checkered jacket flatters your form in a way that makes you feel the fun kind of serious. It has really nice roomy pockets, too. It looks kind of like Stan's jacket. I wonder which room is more shit. The other one, because of how trashed it is. You see the waves, the sea, the church. There's another mirror here. Let's see if we can locate the source of the expression.
It belongs in the new, the 3rd decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate uncontested way of life for our species. Okay. Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. Forget about ostentatious orchestrations. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing: Guillaume le Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Guillaume le Million. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music and an open-air boîte de nuit somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde name appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit, and then he made the expression. I feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because unlike Guillaume le Million, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I am armed and dangerous. So I adopted it? Why? Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains. How long ago was the new? There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression looking good on you. Or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic. Anything else? Like, who am I? Why did I become a cop? Why did I drink myself into oblivion? You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that. Does this have anything to do with ostentatious orchestrations? Not really. Ooh, must have just stirred your mind. More like a disco rock band, anyway. Guess that's it, then. Doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne cork smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return. Once again, we will not remove the expression from our face. We've decided to keep it. Guillaume le Million. Whatever happened to Guillaume le Million, who with his amber mane and his sparkling teeth beguiled the tattered remains of the nation? While you suffered and suffered, did he dematerialize in a cloud of cocaine dust? Or did he simply stand in the corner and melt into the slandering new lines of some starlit bois de nuit 20 years ago? Spare a thought for his great ass, too. Or wait, maybe he became a police officer in Revachol West? We're going to take this. But what do I give up? I think I give up Caustic Echo. It gives me Motorix learning caps. Is there anything I want to take advantage of? We could give up the Featherwear. Fairweather. +2 hand-eye coordination against enemies in heavy armor. Doesn't seem like a huge thing. Thought will be lost forever. We'll keep the Caustic Echo for now. So many. Just so many. And there's a fair few I know we're not going to get. Like Revacholian nationhood is fascist-based. Inexplicable feminist agenda I know is a very early trigger that we keep missing. Volumetric shit compressor. That one's amazing. Okay, so I have gotten this in every playthrough. This is meant to be the tutorial thought, but we skipped it. And we skipped it because we picked a physique build. Volumetric shit compressor is a metaphor for getting your shit together. It's a very boring thought. It doesn't give you much. It's one of the ones that you delete later, because it's meant to be a tutorial to the system. What happens is... Don't spoil anything, South Robin. Oh, you're talking about getting your shit together. Okay, that's fine. I thought you were gonna talk about some thoughts that I hadn't encountered or something. yeah, we can talk about this one because it's already passed. But anything that might come up later, even if I know about it, I'm not going to talk about. Yeah, so getting your shit together is it's a good moment. I'm sort of sad that we missed it, but it did save me skill points in the early game, which is when you kind of have the least of them because your EXP is harder won, especially with art cop. When you go to the dead body, right? There's the endurance check to not throw up. The first time you fail that, and you're supposed to fail that, though you can succeed it, you get sent to the gardener to get some ammonia, which allows you to try again. If you fail it a second time, which is still likely if your physique is low, you get this thought called volumetric shit compressor, which will do two things. It will give you the ability to make the check again, and it will also raise the check to like 90-something% chance. It'll just give you a massive buff for it. I think it also does something with your endurance, but basically, yeah, it's all for that moment, and it's just to stop you from getting soft-locked. And it's literally you getting your shit together. It has quite a nice little moment. Aces high and aces low are basically the same thought, and I think I missed that. It's something to do with giving Kim a high five. Rigorous self-critique is sorry cop. Cop of the Apocalypse, I don't need to tell you what that is. Regular law official is boring cop. Indirect modes of taxation is ultra-liberal. Kingdom of Conscience is moralist. And yeah, Revacholian nationhood is fascist. I don't know why all of the cop-type ones are in a row here except for fascism. I guess fascism stands apart. Detective Cousteau is funny. There's a conceptualization check to invent a name for yourself when you first talk to Kim, and I think I took it and I passed it. If you pass it, you think better of it and you don't create a name. But if you fail it, then you name yourself Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau, and you can take that with you and introduce yourself as that name and make a whole big scene out of being Detective Cousteau, which we just completely missed because we passed the check. Advanced race theory is Measurehead. That's what you get for, you have to, if you choose to subscribe to Measurehead's race theory, you have to take that thought and accept it and pass it in order to be able to get past Measurehead. It's this, or punch him, or sneak around. Those are your three choices. You gotta do one, if you want to meet with Everard. Retro Gamer Oz has followed me. Thank you very much. Do appreciate that. Sadly, we're not playing a retro game now, but we are playing a game that's pretty retro-styled. So, you know, pretty good. It's also the best game in 10 years, so that helps. Don't know about the rest of these. Some of them I know, some of them I don't. There's one I think we'll be getting later today. If I'm correct. And I look forward to it. So there's also a thing here. A thing that we don't like. A thing that we dread to touch. On the table you see a bowl of water, rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin. Is shaving the right call? The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and the forehead. The stash is gigantic. You'll be looking like a pansy without the chops. A fucking pansy! A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew. We are not. You look so horrible. You look so horrible without the mutton chops. It's awful. The floorboards creak under your step. Also, we can't fucking do it because we've got a 17% chance. We've got no hand-eye cord. I'll tell you what. I'll do a quick save here, and I'll show you what it looks like if we can even manage to get it to succeed. How can I
how much... This pinball maker's coat is a start. I don't know if I have anything else for hand-eye cord. Yeah, I really don't. I've lost one to a thought, unfortunately, due to actual art degree. Tell you what, because this is an alternate universe and I'm going to reload the quick save, I'm actually going to forget this thought, just to make it easier to pass the check. I want to show you in an alternate universe how fuck awful you look without your chops. So all that's 42. Let me just save again on a new save, because I made all those changes. We can do the chat boost to increase my motorics, just so that we don't have to reload this. We might still, because it'll be 58%. But let's show it, and then you'll agree with me as to why it's a fuck awful idea. Fuck off. Your hand trembles as you scratch at your cheek. Oh no, that's not how a grown man shaves. This isn't sharp enough. Scrape harder. Stop, for crying out loud! You're gonna cut your own throat! There's no way to salvage this. I need to shave the chops! Your hand refuses to move another millimeter. A small trickle of blood runs down your cheek. Here we are. I like how it's called Second Home. We can also, if we, because we got the drunks to sign the thing. You can also forge signatures, and you can do that in here because Everart's eyes can't see inside this house. However, I decided to do it with the drunks because I'd never actually done that before. Oh my god, how many times are you gonna... How many times are you gonna make me work for this fucking exploration of an alternate universe? Stop. Stop. Give us what we want. What do we want? Shaving! When do we want it? Fuck! 42% chance. 3 failures. To be fair, the game is like, it's for your own good, man. You don't... Oh my god! It's like, for your own good, man. It's for your own good. You don't want this. You don't want this. It's bad. It's bad. Listen to the streamer. For your own sake, we're going to not let this happen. I don't know, I think we're rolling differently every time. One second, though. Okay. I just... Wow! That was a 2 and a 3. Let's actually look at that. That was a 2 and a 3. If it's a 2 and a 3 every single time, then I'm an idiot and I need to stop. But it wouldn't be doing that, right? It doesn't save seeds, because we've saved scums before, and it's been fine. What? That was a 2 and a 4. So no, it's just fucking me over and over again. What's the chance now, Guan? That was what, 5 fails in a row? Or was it 6? Did I fail 5 times or 6? I'm having a Dirty Harry moment.
I'm not feeling lucky, though, punk. Thank you. Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor, with some soap, to remove all that unkempt hair from below the noseline. South Robin has burst down to song. At last, my razor is functioning. My mutton chops are over. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly. Feel your clean-shaven cheeks. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you as if you just came from a cold bath. Was shaving the right call? The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, the unkempt hair, the persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. I mean... I don't know. I don't know about you. I don't think this is a good look. Yeah, we'll remove the expression as well. 83% chance this one won't fail. You know what? I'm gonna quick save. Attempt to stop the expression from happening. Both shaving and dropping the expression makes it look like he's more directly facing the sadness of his existence, and you're not actually sure how much that feels right for Harry. It feels right for some Harrys. There's so many different ways to play Harry that I'd say all 4 of your profile picture options work. It's just a matter of which ones work for you. Personally, I don't like shaving as a human being, so I don't want to see that in my Harry. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending, a thought, a sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clear of that leer that had distorted it for God knows how long. And just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you. That's his final form. You want to see Kim's reaction? We can do Kim's reaction.
Yes?
So... I shaved.
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps,
What is it? You can tell me, Kim.
I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the...
Damage. Yep. Damage. He means damage.
Either way, good on you. You were saying?
Fuck this, time to go back to the racist route. What? The expression does not make you a racist. I don't think. So yeah, you've got 4 profile options, and I've shown 3 of them. The only one I didn't show right now was mutton chops without the expression, which is less dramatically different. The grin with, like, the expression without the mutton chops is psychotic. Oh god, I'm not Art Cop, you're right. This one is the one. I think. If it's not, I'll have to go back further. But, I don't think it was... I think that was... I think there was an autosave when I entered this room. Probably. There it is. We're good. And yeah, we haven't changed the gear. That was the first quick save, right? It gives you when I hit quick save again, it didn't take away my first one. Although I think it would if I did it a third time. Does it? Yes. Interesting. Because it says backup, but it's actually the last one. That's weirdly labeled. I don't like that. Quick saves are new. They didn't have them before. If we didn't have this one, we would have had to go back to probably the conversation with the old woman, but that wouldn't have taken too long to redo because you just skip things. Okay, well, we have our smiling face again. I could hit this again just to show you the but I didn't accidentally quick save. That didn't happen. I quick saved once, I quick saved again. They were both deliberate. Well, 3 times actually. Oh, you think that's the intention? But yeah. It's less dramatic of a difference with the mutton chops on. The mutton chops sort of hide the stark terror of the face. But this is, yeah, it's not as sad as the, shaved one. Which one is it now? It's this one, isn't it? Yeah, the expression, yeah, because we're doing Superstar route, we're keeping the expression. We're also keeping the mutton chops because I feel like the expression without the mutton chops, you just look like a serial killer. Shaved with expression is, to me, Apocalypse Cop. Because Apocalypse Cop, you might not think a smile works well for Apocalypse Cop, but I do think that the haunted look of sadness is worse. Whereas I think Sorry Cop is shaved with no expression. That's the horrible sad face. And I think Boring Cop is no expression with the chops, because you don't look as sad. You do look sad, but you don't look as sad. You look more serious. You look like you're just no nonsense, ma'am. I'm here to tell you bad news about your son, sort of that sort of cop. I reckon that's Boring Cop. So if we were to give one of those 4 pictures to each of these, I'd say, yeah, default is Superstar, shave but with the grin is Apocalypse, and then no grin with a shave is Sorry, no grin with the chops is Boring. I dare you to tell me I'm wrong. Old science fiction magazines, books about bird watching, an almanac from '39. This intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum. Listen. The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm. What is this place to you? My new hangout, where I could silently sit, drink, and die while looking at the waves rolling in. Behind the half-built cinder block houses at the other end of the village, there are 3 people drinking. Your new crew. You don't need the old crew. Oh no, you have a new crew to get drunk with. You already were a part of their crew once. You can get drunk with them again. You're probably going to hang out there a lot behind that cinderblock house. It's where you belong. This feels like a cozy hideout. Who are you talking to? There's no one here, not even cold. Thank you, strange sensation, for a fair assessment of the current situation. Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice. Look under the floorboards. As you look at the floorboards in the corner of this shack, it is clear that one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. The hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. What's in here? Nothing particular catches your eye. It looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea. Search through the sand and the sawdust. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust, and then something hard, wrapped in paper. What is it? A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. The floorboard doesn't care, but maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. Number 9 with a bullet. Okay.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Why was there a bullet under the floorboards of your shack?
Damn that girl.
She murmurs softly. And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
A bullet?
The lieutenant turns to you and gives you a little nod, then turns to the washerwoman.
You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
You rented the room to her? Okay, the voice broke for that line. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. She speaks slowly, wringing out a rag after a long silence. Her hands move into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
When was this?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
That's for the police to find out. Right then. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
You said she left on Monday?
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
Is the room exactly as she left it?
I cleaned it, like I always do.
Was there anything else there?
No.
The truth, sire. What is she like, Ruby?
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you mean?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
Why do you think she left the bullet there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
She looks back toward her shack, thinking. You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill. I have a possible explanation in my mind.
Aye. Do tell.
A seagull flies overhead, obviously a bad omen. I think it's an exit plan.
Exit from what?
What do you think? The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you and then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter.
Not a quitter, like you sometimes get, son. She really believes that? Did she have any technical equipment with her, like radio stuff?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieux she'd made.
She brushes her forehead with the back of her hand. Water drips to the ground.
Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
Where did she go? Move on.
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north. You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We are persistent.
Man, I was really hoping she'd be hiding in this village.
Yes, it's going to be too much work for you to find her. Better for you to stay here. Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater.
Nope, you can do it. You still have plenty of juice in you before you drop. Behind the cinder block houses, old pre-war ruins rise to the sky like dark palaces. The wind calls.
What more do you want? Yes, one thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She looks around. The air is getting colder. She really means it. It is an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
All right. We'll see. Time to move on from the fishing village now. We're slowly collecting a pile of things to do back in the other side of the city. We got communists to talk to at night. We got to add more beauty to the wall, and we got to sing. So we'll be doing all of that at night. Or in the evening, at least. A little black swallow circles above you. You hear it chirrup. So this new map doesn't really help us. The map used to be more helpful than this. They had a different one in the original version. Once again, an unnecessary change, breaking what was already fixed. Winter. Slow to let go of Revachol. Fleck some more wet snow from above. Look around you. The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-coloured sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring. How does it feel? The melting snow seeps through your thin clothes. Grandmothers don't let their grandchildren out dressed so lightly in this weather. At least your hair is protected from getting wet and sticking together. You look around. What's in the west? More winding coastline lined with abandoned buildings. Crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles, grey and red forgotten city blocks, what remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast. And beyond that? The waters turn black. Coal City in the shadow of St. Martin, a boom town, back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet. What is there? Below the old mines? La Ossuaire Municipal? Revachol's underground cemetery? Les petites rats brave the underground passageways, trying to get to Le Royaume. Le Royaume, where the Philippian kings were interred with their doctors and their admirals. Mausoleums, burial chambers, leaf gold still remains on the double door of the morning. That's where Kuno said he was going to go. Yes, to peel the gold off with his fingernails. Les petites rats. Children under 14, they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums, and for fabled relics. Their parents let them. They go deeper. Deeper. After rubies, melchiorite, lapis lazuli plundered from Safre and Sale during the time of the suzerain. In the burial chambers of the kings, grand old Philippe, Guillaume II, even in the mausoleum of Philippe the Opulent. 2 kilometers underground in a winding shaft along whose walls mirrors have been placed so that daylight may eternally fall upon the richest of all the kings. The mausoleum contains untold quantities of gold, and that special purest of the pure magenta cocaine favoured by Revacholian royalty. Did someone say untold quantities of cocaine? Drop everything immediately and go looking for this hoard! Wipe the snow from your shoulder. Few petites rats return from the shafts, and even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of a black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her are white snow on the extinguished furnaces, worn out shacks, fathers beating their sons after drinking. Snow is melting, and it feels like heaven so far away. What's in the east? The canal you cross to get here and beyond it. Martinez proper, the district the police forgot to police. There is laughter, lights, attempts at entrepreneurial activity, cynicism. Someone is scraping snow off their windshield. At the roundabout, in the midst of which a statue of Philippe III serves as a destination for grade school field trips and a fine perch for winter birds. That's all. Like all monuments, is also a warning. 6-story ruins on the south side of the roundabout cast a long shadow over the profligate king. And further, a fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to a logistics company parked next to the gate. Bright light from a building behind the fence reflects off its hood. Yeah, I remember there was a conspiracy theory about this game, because the logistics company is the Delta Logistics Company, and if you initial that, you get DLC. So people thought that the Delta Logistics Company truck was blocking off the DLC zone. Clean white light coming from the windows of a clean cube-shaped office. Coming from the windows of a clean cube-shaped office building hidden amidst ruins. A secret. And that's why. What's in the north? The abandoned church. One of 2 remaining stave churches, which were collectively called Les Sept Sœurs. The other 6 sisters were destroyed during the Revolution. The 7 sisters. And further north? A serpentine strip of land weaving its way onto the Martinez Inlet. Unfortunates on the run, from the law, from themselves, sometimes hide out on nearby islets. Little dots from the ocean that are occasionally submerged when the tide is high and the weather foul. And on the islets, the remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock. A tent, old dishes and cutlery, long since abandoned. A hermit crab scuttles along the debris. That's all, folks. A hermit crab scuttles among the debris, looking for a new shell. Further out, the lights burn bright on Resurrection, way beyond Martinez. A popular spa destination for ample-bodied Ozon kids with equally ample pockets. And on the other side of the inlet, then there's Ozon, but the snow falls too thick, you cannot see that far. Before that? Before the curtains are drawn. The Bay of Revachol, vastness, great depth, over 1,200 meters at its deepest. Water, air, brinier than here. It's crisscrossed by huge cargo ships bearing company logos, Wild Pines, Zam, Marin. And at the farthest reaches of the Bay of Revachol, the shadow of Coalition warship Archer on perpetual patrol duty, ready to unleash artillery fire if you were to rise up against the market. You shudder. In the south, the raised motorway, 881, separating Martinez from Jamrock. Vehicles whoosh past one another day and night, while those who reside in the labyrinthine alleyways beneath the motorway attempt to carry on with their lives in the snow and the slush. And south of the 881, the Pox. The Pox was once a park, a place for reflection and recuperation for the patients of the old military hospital. In the 20s, it was used as a quarantine centre during a measles outbreak that killed many children. Most everyone has avoided the hospital and surrounding park ever since. The Pox is completely wild now. Evergreen thickets covered in snow and industrial dust. Feral dogs and even wolves roaming in packs. The police try to keep the deepest corners cordoned off. But still. Heavy drug users do slip through, hole up in the old military hospital, hoping to find something to get high on amongst the hastily abandoned supplies. Or just to overdose in peace. Further south, a line of motor garages with armoured carapaces hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work, patching up bullet holes in the side of a Capri 40. These are the garages of the Precinct 41. Its ongoing mission, to explore strange new crimes, to seek out low lifes and poor civilizations, to boldly go where no cop has gone before. Snow settles on the roof of the repurposed silk mill that serves as your station. Shivering RCM personnel hurry in and out of the main entrance.
Wonder if Vic's found his heterosexual life partner yet.
The man in the fishnet wife-beater looks over at Chester McLean.
Damn, I don't know. Even a real Brotherbound like that can't survive everything.
Around you, the snow continues to fall. To the west, the ocean swells. No, it was home. I want more. The stairs descend to central Jamrock. A man named Kuklov has a snow-covered stall there in the market across the bridge. He sells kebab infested with fly larvae to your colleagues who believe eating it will make them immune to food poisoning. It will not. Snow falls on the utility district, the library, the florist, the Sarah Merizian restaurant that offers homemade wine. And also on the brothels and drug dens and the chop shops of the Zemliaki. All of this built around a lake that formed in a meteorite strike. At the center of this lake there is a little ship. There are lights at the bottom of its hull. There are lights directed towards the seafloor, looking for something, like whiskers. For what? A chill comes over you, crawling down your back. The sand under your feet is wet. Somewhere in the south, tarpaulin flap in the wind. What's below me? Layer upon layer of sand, poisoned with industrial runoff, the storm drainage, hidden bunkers, rats scuttle. Tell me a secret of the sands, wind. Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You'll probably never happen across it, but who knows? Where is Ruby? Near. Snow falls into dark water. She prays, but she does not believe. There is a hum in the air. That's all. Stomp your feet for warmth and brush off the snow.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up.
Not to mention, you have been standing there staring into the sky for the past 10 minutes. I think I hear a faint voice off in the distance narrating some kind of weird introspection. You're creeping me out more than usual. Looking back at you from the rust-colored water? You. Rust-eaten letters on this oil drum read, Mazout. Mazout. The beams are splintered. The bridge didn't collapse on its own. Artillery broke it. Money! So we can get over there. Ah, 'tis this away. Money! No boat in the boathouse today. Oh, we can zoom out. I've been trying to zoom out. I think my zoom function broke for a bit, because this felt way too zoomed in. I kept trying to zoom out with the mouse wheel, but it wasn't working, and then all of a sudden it started to work again. So this is better. Now I can orient myself. There's a pair of sunglasses. Oversized superstar sunglasses! Well, those are going on immediately. Is your own stardom too dazzling for your eyes? Can't bear to look at your own fabulous reflection in the mirror? Then these classic oversized sunglasses are for you. This boathouse is shoddily constructed. A strong breeze might blow it over. And we can't go any further than this. You can tell because the mouse cursor changes. So you see that little white circle in the cursor? If that's not there, then you can't walk on it. Which is very helpful in this area because it's really hard to tell where you can walk and where you can't. Actually, I think this is a VisCalc check, so I'm going to take those sunglasses off. Just for a second. If I remember right, this is a VisCalc check. The sign says, Entrée interdite. An old ticket-taker booth, no longer in operation. People paid money to park here? No one would pay now. Money and tear. Tear and tear. Money. The boards creak dangerously as you run. Be careful here. A Faln Peepo Peepo, a +2 logic hat. The small wire framing inside this futuristic-looking Faln Pippo hat gives it the aerodynamic shape of a swoop skier's helmet, but none of its swoop skiers? Skiers. None of its protective qualities. Covers the wearer's ears and eyebrows to bring down the drag coefficient. Yeah, no, that's for skiing. I'll keep my stupid green thing on though. A door, a building, a hiding place. Could the instigator be inside? This door is not only barred shut, it is inaccessible. Says you. A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other. Rip Yahoo answers. You provided over a decade of content for a trio of brothers. Am I pregant? Look, Kim, even more bullet holes. Something's definitely gone down here.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general, average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs.
So, let's put our thinking caps on, people. What do we think happened here? What caused an absolutely egregious number of bullets to all be fired into the same wall?
Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Why not?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
Sounds like communists got a bullet in the head. I think the communists got a bullet in there everywhere above the waist. Why this many bullet holes? Let's get a brain boost from the chat, please. Intellect is the order of the day for VisCalc. Although I think I can actually... Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Damn. Yeah, I can increase it further with my gear, which if I can find one more will be a net positive, even if I miss the thingy. I forgot about gear after I'd set up the... Oh, there. No, that's bad. VisCalc. Quick.
Quick! No! Okay, quickly. Click. 6, 5, boom! We still got it! Oh no. A row of ghostly shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least, their heads lowered and their eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner, automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. Snowflakes falling on the planks. But that doesn't mean we won't be getting a bullet in the head. And the surrounding sand dunes, covering the land with the white of innocence. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains. What is this? The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution, with everyone fully armed. Look at the people against the wall. A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations, as demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes. They stand facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background. Ordinary people, familiar, each and every one of them. Who were they? Comrades! The forsaken, the wretched, who tried to rise against the horrors of the world. 7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one? Could have been the coalition government, but it could also have been the fascists. Because while the commies did beat the fascists, that doesn't mean they won every single tiny engagement. Look to the person standing at the side. The commandant, the one who gives the order. In fact, that might be a royalist based on the... It looks a bit like Renee, huh? Machine gun fire crackling through the air, the lights of the muzzle, flashes dancing on his face. Kim, who was who in this execution?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces. It could even have been the employees of the failed R&D center down the coast, as their building was taken over by the revolutionaries.
What about people from the coalition? The so-called moralists?
Yeah, it's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
Goodbye. A cold sea wind blows away the figures. Behind this building, the other one, once filled with engineers and designers of Feld Electric, now collapsed and dead, but for some rats. You feel drawn, for some reason, to the faded mural. Well, we haven't gone there to begin with, but the faded mural is a thing. Let's check around the western coast, though. Or the left coast. I don't necessarily know that north, east, west, south is much of a thing here, because there's 2 men here. And we should talk to these men. These soggy logs smell of ignition fluid. Still, they won't light up. Tiny cages, carefully constructed. These heavy military blockades are riddled with bullet holes, crumbling. And that is as far as we can get. So let's talk to this fella.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
I'm sorry.
Have they made the outdoorsy nature guy an Aussie? Ah, Jesus. He used to be an old Brit. He used to, here we go, nice and easy. No way out, little guys, not out of this jam. He was like a Sir Hammerslock kinda, I think. There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Hello, mate. His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
And here we have my favorite pun in the game. Drink it in. Gary lost his echo? Yeah! We have Morell, the cryptozoologist, and his partner, Gary, the crypto-fascist.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
The fuck was that try? Don't worry, Gary. His name's not Jerry, motherfucker. It's Gary. Gazer, if you really want to go Aussie. You must be Morell, the cryptozoologist.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance. Yeah, he doesn't sound very endearing at the minute, does he, Blue Moon? Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
The waterlock's been fixed. It was fine when I crossed it.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
A warm bid? What's he going to a fucking auction? Jesus Christ. Not only have they got a much worse interpretation of the character, but they've also got a dude who can't actually do the accent he was fucking hired for. Embarrassing yourself, man.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Lena? You don't even know your own wife's name!
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
Goin'! Not go in! Oh my god, fuck. Now, I'm trying to sound Aussie to specifically prove how much of a wank stick this guy is. He refastens a bit of netting that has come loose in the wind. For all his passions, this man is diligent and patient. Doesn't sound like it! You could learn things from him. I'm looking for a suspect. Have you seen a woman with red hair who seemed to be on the run?
I'm afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around in the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity. I'm less interested in mammalian concerns, to be perfectly honest.
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook and then gestures for you to proceed. Tell me about this phasmid you're looking for.
Which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
Okay, so the first half of that line was broken. I'm going to deliver the whole line the way he actually should sound. Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. What makes it so difficult to find?
Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there?
This guy sounds like Ozzy Mandrill from Escape from Monkey Island.
And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case.
Don't know what you're talking about, Snip. Don't know what you're talking about at all. My hat looks entirely different. It has a feather. Problem is, I can't just pull this hat out like I can the others because I don't keep it with the others, because all the other hats are basically just in a very, very sad pile and they constantly get squished, but I refuse to let this hat get squished or ruined or fucked around with, so if I ever have to bring this hat out, then I also have to get up. We can wear this hat to try and out Morel. What sort of specialised techniques is the phasmid using to hide itself?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex.
You're confusing my auditory cortex.
But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
I'd rather you didn't describe how they work. I'd rather you dictated it to somebody else with a better voice. Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid. How big is the phasmid?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
He leaves the conclusion up to you. Is it scary? Because I must admit, I do occasionally suffer from a bit of phasmid phobia. Seems puny, to be honest. Why are you so interested in this stick bug? Doesn't seem to be as colourful as some of the other cryptids I've heard about.
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for.
Oh, yeah?
Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of my, of any, cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defences, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
Shakes his head. Would be glory itself. What have you discovered so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
So if you're so interested in cryptids, and finding it turns it from a cryptid into just another animal, then why? Why not? Like you're destroying the very things you're looking for.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
Yeah,
I know it's real.
the cryptozoologist says, brusquely enough that even he seems taken aback by it, which made more sense back when he had a mild-mannered, fairly friendly voice. Now that he sounds like an angry, fucking drunk bushman, God, this is... I want to like this final cut. I cannot believe how many bad decisions they made. Like, it's still Disco Elysium. It's still amazing, but their whole fucking voice direction department just needed to get fucking... Should have put them against that... Well, I'm not going to make that joke. That's too dark. But they should have fired them out of a cannon into the sun. It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Lena said there was a sighting of it here in Martinez.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out?
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Parthenon... John... what?
Yes. The females don't need males to reproduce.
Oh.
Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
Females reproducing without males? A travesty! A crime against passion and common sense! No, actually, I think I'm going to go with that's pretty clever.
Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I try my best to remain dispassionate.
Tell me more about these traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Lena designed the traps?
Yes,
he says with some pride. How do they work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
A perfect? Jesus Christ. What are you using as bait?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Right. Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny chittering swarm. You know what you can really hear in this guy's delivery? You can hear how focused he is on his accent. It's one of the big killers in performances. It's when you know that someone is caring more about making sure they say the words in the right accent than they are in acting. Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course, but we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects. Now, I do that sometimes when I have to do a really annoying accent for a character. But I'm not a professional, and I'm not getting paid for this. Well, directly. So, like, it's, and I mean, and it's not to say that I do that I do that way every time I do an accent. There are a few accents that I don't have to think about anymore because of the practice that I've had. You were trying to do the Tommy Wiseau Moogles yesterday, and it didn't. Yeah, so like the Tommy Wiseau voice, I don't have to think about that too hard. Occasionally, I do on a certain pronunciation, but you know, it's like locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course, but we've hypothesized the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects. Of course, when you do that voice, your evocation changes completely anyway, because your Tommy Wiseau doesn't talk like normal people. If I was going to do the Tommy Wiseau accent while talking like a normal person, I would do it like this. Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course, but we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects. It's that little touch, like, he's not just reading the lines, he's talking about his passion. He's getting to describe in detail the shit that he built his life on, so he's going to be a little peppy, he's going to be a little excited, be like, but we've hypothesized the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects. Like, he'd be saying it like, you know, isn't this cool? Isn't this interesting? He'd be bouncing up and down. He wouldn't just be, I don't know, being as Australian as possible while leaning back. Like, fuck off. What would you do if these traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
It's also just like the speed of that. Accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which used plants. That plants bit, in a natural conversation, that plants bit would be a little afterthought that you hurry in at the end and be like, the predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. Because you finished your sentence at teams, and then you realize, well, I need to clarify that a bit. They use plants. You just throw that in. I don't know why I'm suddenly giving an acting class, but... and I've never been to one myself, I just, you know... You do this shit often enough, and you kind of just pick stuff up. Like, there's, you know, I'm by no means
a professional. It's just, when I say stuff like this, it's because I know it makes sense, right? I just kind of know it makes sense. It makes sense to me. I don't know if it's all correct, but it's just sort of what makes sense. Let me ask you about something else.
Yes. What?
Lena seems pretty eager for you to return.
And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps.
Can't? He said can't. Now, unless he's talking about the way thieves use their own little special language to talk to each other in Dungeons and Dragons, an Australian is not going to say can't. My accent's weird. The word weird, sometimes I pronounce it like that, sometimes I pronounce it weird. Sometimes I pronounce it like an American would. Sure. But even I don't say can't.
My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
He looks south, where Lena would be.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
We say can't, please, and if we pronounce it a different way, that's because we're using a different word. What the fuck is this guy's voice, too? I don't know about you, Gary. Come on, Morale! We've been soaking out here for days! Maybe he's Tommy Wiseau.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
He sounds like someone's got his nose pinched.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here.
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the Phasmid somehow. I didn't know the Phasmid was so important to Lena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it.
Huh?
A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
Really? She sighted the Phasmid? She didn't tell me that.
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
He coughs, then continues. Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious Phasmid.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian Phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
You can abandon course now. Good, do it then. His spirit may be willing, but his body might be too old to endure the rigors of the coast. Maybe you could go back to the Whirling, warm up, and come back to check on the traps later? I don't know if I want to do this, because I want to talk to Gary. I don't think they walk off while I'm here.
No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the Phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this. We'll leave this for a second. How did you become a cryptozoologist?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
So you're living your childhood dream out here in the pouring rain.
It's not child's play, just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
Why not just be a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too.
Real? I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
Honestly, being a cryptozoologist trumps most of the garbage I've seen people do.
My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Seriously though, it's just, this is Ozzy Mandrill. I'm waiting for him to turn around and say, now if I work together with the ghost pirate LeChuck, I will become the ruler of the entire Tri-Island area through the power of capitalism. Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise. Life's surprises are mostly miserable, you know.
Agreed. Yet there is always a chance, albeit a small one, of a truly good surprise. One simply needs to look at the history of science. Serendipities abound.
And has anything truly surprising ever happened to you?
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying.
Did he ad-lib or did they forget to update the script? What kind of evidence do you use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
Jesus, that sentence. You could tell he was reading it as he said it. Like the one that brought us here. Oh shit, there's more. To look for the phasmid, of course. He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't. You think other scientists don't listen to ordinary people enough, do you?
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places.
So you have never actually discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
Well, I thought that name just meant that they like to give people riddles. How many cryptids have been found?
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
That isn't the question I asked.
2 are categorised as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
Only 2 have been proven to be real. Only 2?
Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who
The
turned out to be
Chateauquan?
an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Hugo Grad, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
This dude keeps saying things that aren't in the script. I'm honestly wondering if this actor was just given one take. 2 out of 4,000 is not even 1%.
In fact, it is 0.05%. Ever more magnificent, should our search contribute to making that number 0.075%.
Oh, buddy. Buddy. Okay. Thanks for explaining that. Now, about something else.
Yes?
Let's talk about specific cryptids.
Alright. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
We would have to discuss, he wants to say, but decides against it. You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk. Which cryptid did you almost catch? You said before that you almost caught one.
A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialist would find rather dull.
I don't know, willow person sounds interesting. Is it a mutated person? Willow people? Not at all. What are willow people?
They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees.
This is the 3rd, maybe 4th time that he's gone off script. He says it in a self-explanatory, everyday manner.
They're very, very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here.
Wait, so I may have seen these willow people without knowing it?
You probably have.
How did you almost catch a willow person? Are they like Captain Jack Sparrow?
Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paints. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself. After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow, dashing through the grove.
And then?
I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
So when you say you almost caught one, you mean literally, physically?
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone and to admit that the world might be more interesting than you've imagined. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel or a trick of the light.
Possibility?
I am my own harshest critic.
Possibility. Yeah, this dude did not get a second take. He makes it a real point here to sound falsifiable. And Lena's sighting of the phasmid, is that...
Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptid sighting.
Okay. I know about the most dangerous cryptid, the Gnome of Jeroma.
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid?
Living? No.
The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially as the Dread Moose.
Get out of here.
No, but we're not get out of anywhere.
Okay.
The Dread Moose is a widely reported cryptid from Arda. It subsists entirely on flesh, and has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance.
Hold on, does it also attack people?
Human remains have been found deep in the forest, torn apart, then trampled into the mulch by large hooves. Infer from that what you will.
Smoozle, hello. We're just talking about a dread moose.
Just like an ordinary Arden moose.
Then how can you tell if it's the ordinary or the dread kind?
You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful and hard to identify.
I am 100% behind the dread moose. I utterly believe it exists.
Of course you do.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more. Sightings in Vasa, reaching back 4 centuries. But, of course, nothing satiates the skepticism of.
Do you like my new hat, Smoozle? It's very, very fancy. It has a feather, and a good friend of mine with excellent taste got it for me for my birthday.
A detective. Pardon me, I did not wish to seek conflict. It's simply my training to question things.
I don't think we have that added yet. It was not a potato, no. But would you agree that my excellent friend has fantastic taste in hats?
Understood, Lieutenant.
The man tips his hat slightly and then looks to you. It was something you had to check. Yeah, no, I don't know what to call this hat, to be honest. I don't know what this hat is officially called. Tell me about a cool cryptid, any cryptid.
No offence, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't persuaded me to go back to field research. You should ask her if you want interesting stories. Me? I'm not a people person, unless you haven't noticed. And I don't make a good lecturer. My strength lies in field work and persistence. By all means.
Alright, time to talk to... we're finished with the cryptozoologist. Time to talk to the crypto-fascist.
Searchlight Division.
After we finish this thought.
You've sharpened your senses by being on the lookout for missing persons. Now you notice more of what's happening around you. Perhaps, when you're done with this case, you can join the Searchlight Division of the RCM and find every Revacholian that's ever gone missing without a trace. There is undoubtedly a backlog of such cases, because you never know. A missing person could be just around the edge, barely out of sight.
+2 perception. Didn't we already have one of these? Clear-eyed pursuit of truth. Yeah, this is our This is identical. We have +4 perception from thoughts and thoughts alone. You know, I reckon I'll delete one of these. I'll end up deleting one of these, because I don't need that. Wow. Let's, we got a lot of skill points. Let's just spend some, just for the sake of, let's get some hand-eye coordination. And let's get some suggestion. Just because we don't have a lot of those. I don't wanna do logic or drama because we've only got 1 space left for them. And I don't like encyclopedia that much. My perception is 9. I am a god of sight.
Hello, I'm Gary. How do you do, officer? Yellow man. I mean, officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. Feels significant somehow, him saying that. You should ask him about it later.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Not a lover of the great outdoors?
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Nobody liked my designs. Drunks and degenerates, that's my crew!
Dark times will do that to good men.
He nods gravely and then shifts his gaze to the pile of soggy logs at his feet. You were surprised to see my colleague, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sail. I meant no offense, truly.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next races will be a really good one?
Yes.
Well, this is that racist.
He gestures towards Gary as though he were presenting a work of art. Are you, Gary? Are you a racist?
Hey, man. All I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact.
It's interesting because Gary is the only racist in the game who isn't willing to admit it. Measurehead and the racist lorry driver are both quite open about who they are, but Gary is a crypto-fascist. Again, it's my favorite pun in the game. Do you have a problem with Sealites?
No. No problem at all.
He flashes an impenetrable smile at the lieutenant. Sounds like some conspiracy topic. You might be able to discuss it with him when the lieutenant isn't here. If you can remember it. Your gut feeling tells you it'd be interesting. I don't think I've ever had that conversation with Gary. He's hard to get a hold of without Kim. Do you know anything about the man hanged behind the whirling in rags?
Oh, so that's what the RCM in Martinez is about. Great. Great to hear someone's finally taking care of that.
You mean you see a pair of cops and it surprises you to learn that they are interested in the dead body hanging from a tree? In public? Huh.
So you do know something about it?
No. Nothing. He was some kind of mercenary. But everyone here knows that. I'm just glad to hear you're looking into it. That's all.
What the fuck is behind his head? He's not feeling very comfy in his clothes, is he? Strange. Is this your mug? Hold up the Yellow Man mug.
My mug? Why would you think that?
You said Yellow Man. That's not something many people go around saying. It seemed as if you were calling to it longingly when you cried Yellow Man. I can see you recognize it. It's in your eyes. You look like the kind of guy who might have a collection of mugs like his. Like this. Home, in his colonial mug collection. Because we broke into his house.
How do you mean? Forgive me, officer, but we've only just met.
Yes, but I feel as though I know you so well, Gary. He's trying not to look afraid, because that would be incriminating, yet he is. You're acting kind of suspicious. Did I mention the mug was found at the scene of a lynching?
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to find me, are you?
Let's present this to the class. How much money do you wish to fine the racist? 20 bucks? 100 bucks? 250 bucks? Or do we let him go in exchange for information? How much should we fine the racist? The chat vote is starting now. %, not at all, really? You don't think he'll pay more than 20? I'm the police! He'll pay what he's legally required to pay. Now, fuck him. I'm fining him for 250. I don't know what all this is about. You guys are you guys are apparently soft on racism. I do not approve. Burn the man.
Oh, God. 250? How am I gonna pay that? Okay. I'll work harder. I'll pay it off. I promise.
I don't believe we get the money no matter what, because it's a fine slip. Like, he doesn't give it to us. It's, in a way, admirable how quickly he composes himself after such a blow. This man digs authority, even when it's bullying him.
And I'll never do it again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
Even if the 20 option has him give it to us in cash, I don't really care, because I have enough money. Oh look, he's been racist again.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info. Gary, did you put the clothes of a murder victim, the man who was hanged behind the whirling rags, into that trash container? No, we'll just ask, how did you get into it?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
And why the solid, miserable motherfuck would you need a key to get into everyone's trash, Gary?
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob.
Do you have to pepper in some racist bickering into every second line?
I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Uh-huh.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
Yeah, clothes of the murder victim. Did you do it?
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
Do explain, Gaza.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Okay, then what happened?
Then I came out to clean up the rags, because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay, I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. Civic duty.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another, as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard that sound before, but where? Stop! What's that sound?
What sound?
The clinking I just heard when you moved, buddy.
Really?
He fans his arms out slowly, and this time his motions are soundless.
There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the wind shifting some garbage nearby.
Well, there's definitely some garbage coming out of your mouth. Every day the wind shifts the reeds and whatever was left in them. Tambourines and condom wrappers, plastic glass bottles, the smell of decay. The sound you heard was not the sound of something easily abandoned. You wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor. But I don't know anything about it.
There's something going on here. You should observe him more closely after this topic is concluded. Let's move on for now and conclude the topic.
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
He's visibly relieved it's over. Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation? Are you a cryptozoologist too?
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
That's weird. It's like his distance from the microphone changed after way and before but between those two sentences, like there were two different takes mashed together. So, Gary, you live nearby in an apartment in Martinez?
Sure do, officer.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going. Have you found your door open lately?
In my home. Yes. When I was going to... How did you know?
Nothing, I just wanted to ask if your door's been unlocked lately. Now I have.
Is this about the Union? Did the big man open the door?
Don't worry. I didn't go in.
So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him. What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me.
This guy's really bad at acting scared. What have I done? He'll send the muscle after me. Oh no! Whap whap. As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back. Try not to shit yourself, Gary. It's just an open door.
What could it be about? I probably talked too loud. In the whirling. About some theories I had. Whatever it is, I'm done with it. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
Well, here's the question of logic there, Gary, because if you don't know precisely what it is that you've done, how can you be sure that you're not going to do it again? Think hard, Gary. Think hard. This scared him proper. He's positively melting from fear. Has to prop himself up with a lot of anger to keep it together.
The weather vane has turned. He cannot be unturned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even changed his mind. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door opening operation. 72% chance for a composure check here. Why is Gary shifting around like that? What can we do for composure? We've already got a +1 in the clothes we're wearing. I don't know if there's anything else, actually. I know that there's a -1, but we're not wearing the boots, so we're fine there. These shoes will do it.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law. I mean, officers.
Jesus Christ, man. Alright, up my motorix for composure. And then we should have a pretty much guaranteed success. It'll be 93% chance. Ain't no way I'm failing that. Well, maybe not 93. Is it 93? I think it's 93. $92. Close enough. Ain't no way I'm failing that. I honestly wanted to fail then, because that would have been one of those content moments. That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the buttons. Barely keeping that thing together, as if something is ready to rip out from underneath. His massive musculature? No, he's scrawny. Try again. Something worn underneath it. Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example, one that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles. Stolen from the corpse in the yard where he lives. I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once.
He unbuttons his shirt.
I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
You see gleaming white ceramic shine underneath. A thin layer of interlocking plates covers his gaunt torso. This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
Why are you stripping, Gary? Why are you showing the cops your ass? It's cold and wet out here, Gary. Don't be doing that shit.
Later, Morale. I've got apologizing to do.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Why'd you lie to me, Gary?
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you. But
The hell, Gary? You in trouble?
I'll explain later.
He doesn't muster up the strength to yell. Why did you really put those clothes in the trash? Actually, you know what? Give me the armor. He sighs again, hangs his head, unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon as in your hands, smelling of his sweat. This is it. This will protect your mortal shell. Don it and live. Why did you really put the clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelling.
He looks at his feet.
So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here.
Oh my god.
Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
It's okay. It was a loose end, and you are tying it up now.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
They were thoroughly conservative men, he realizes suddenly. It is difficult to say what the lieutenant thinks of this historic apology. His face does not belie emotions. Do you know who killed the hangman?
I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore. You have my word. I don't know, and I won't be running my mouth on this subject anymore.
We done here, Gary?
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
Thank you for your cooperation, Gary. That was fun. This vitreous enamel cuirass fits snugly and redistributes kinetic energy across its countless white plates. Amazingly, it fits under your coat, and it also makes pretty porcelain sounds when shaken. Oh, that reminds me. Is there anything else to... Whatever happened to that bullet? Not the fractured one, not the one that went into the dude. The one that I got in Ruby's place, is that... I guess it, yeah, it isn't examinable. That's fine. We're getting more and more through these. Very good, very good, very good. Back to Morel, quickly.
Hello, hello. What can I do for you, officer?
Did you know Gary was hiding the armor?
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
So racism is a quirk now, is it?
Thanks.
The man mutters in the distance. He doesn't dare say more. He's still glad his friend stood up for him. What if we check the traps for you, Morel?
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
I'm all in with this cryptid shit. I'm hooked. No, actually, I'll say something that doesn't piss off Kim as much. We're looking for someone hiding on this very coast. Looking for another thing may lead us to her.
Why not? At least it will give us the excuse to look into a lot of reeds.
That it will. That it absolutely will. I hope you brought your good boots.
Where are these traps?
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, On this little peninsula. By the boathouses there. It's very near.
Here you go, webcam. Have a hat.
Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them...
He gestures to the trap.
You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
What do I do if there's a phasmid in one?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
What if I encounter the phasmid in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed.
Oh god, what? Did you hear that? Pheromones! You were right about the teenagers. So it really was the phasmid that made the teenagers make out.
Oh, I doubt there is any connection there. Anyway, these pheromones will attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Should last you about a week.
Or the rest of the game. Lay it on me. He douses you with the odd-smelling spray and then gives you a satisfied nod. This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop.
Whoa.
Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
He looks at the lieutenant with disdain and then puts the spray back in his pocket. See, old Morel, when he was indignant there, it was kind of like a rattled indignance, like, you know, a prim and proper man who is being confronted with just this thick-headed fellow who's just not, you know, doesn't have the right idea about things. He's like, not that I expected you to understand self-financing one's own research, but it's not his default mode. He's not permanently irritable, whereas this Morel just seems like an angry fucker from start to end. I'm ready. Let's get to it.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help.
Right.
Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
I'll get going. Inspect the traps. Well, we can go and get the one that's nearby, because I think it's also in this nook. It's right at the end of here, I think, if I remember right. Or not. I swear there was one that was this way. Near the boathouses. West of the Feld building. Maybe it's a bit further up. But I think he said down, didn't he? I swear there was one that was to the left of the cryptozoologists, not counting the one that... Yeah, there it is. I can actually see it. It's just hidden. There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring. Behind you, a ruined residential building looms over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. They rustle confidentially, in tune with the pitter-patter of the rain. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades, nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now, only the wind blows. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down. 3 to go.
There's no need to grin. I'm not expecting to find anything. I'm helping some citizens and getting some fresh air.
I meant no offense. Just...
He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. I do get Kim's skepticism, but it is one of the few moments in which he is less than cool. And now we can check the one that Morel was just at. Checking it over is a technicality, but the reeds by the abandoned campsite hiss and shake in the lazily falling rain. This one makes more sense if you go all the way around the island and check the others, then come back here, but I just want to do it now so I don't have to come back. Reach for the trap, full of panicked locusts, no sign of cryptozoological beasts.
Another empty trap.
How are you enjoying the cardio, Lieutenant? I'm quite enjoying it myself.
Always up for a good jog. Otherwise, would I still be on this case with you?
He smiles and raises his collar. It's windy. So yeah, this guy here is the guy I mentioned before as having an American voice that I quite liked in the original Disco Elysium. Bars cover these long, dusty windows. Well, we'll talk to him. Oh. The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. It must have been like this for 40 years. Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase. There's rust and corrosion on the bars. They're foaming with it. And a small layer of white salt from the sea. Lieutenant, can you make out what's inside?
No. I won't even try. You know...
Eyes?
I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Can you still shoot, though?
Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I pass my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
The hand part of the hand-eye coordination works well for you then, Kim. Compensates. But yeah, we'll talk to these people, and hopefully he still has his good American voice. Another power box. It charges nothing now, it's empty. The fence blocks the path, no way on from here. $5! And some Nosafed. Food for your nose. Yeah, I don't know if Saria is still here, but let's see what he sounds like now.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
Oh, he sounds completely fucking different. Cool. This guy used to sound like a newsreader. It was like, and Mikhail, notice the windows? Especially with how there are no windows on the south side? This was to deal with... Like, he sounded like a really... Like a teacher or just someone whose job was to... A tour guide, that's what I'm thinking of. A blonde man stands next to his son, pointing to the weather-worn ruins. He sees you approaching and smiles. But of course, they've changed him too.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Khan Hailostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
I'm not certain what accent that is, but he sounds a lot more boring now. He's got a lot more, he's got a lot less, enthusiasm. I can't get over this. Every single character I've met today has disappointed me.
Nice to meet you.
The lieutenant nods. Hold on. Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything. Wait, what was that about the windows before?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
Who are you? He rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. The child stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his worm-themed colouring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor. No, he doesn't. He fucking used to, but you just took that from him and gave him a boring man instead. Or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
Which Worms game? God, I think I played a Worms once when I was a kid. It's a bit like Lemmings, but they're more violent. I don't think I ever owned a Worms game, but I remember playing it at a friend's house. This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? PvP Lemmings, right? It's probably why I played it at a friend's house if it was PvP. Right, it was like it's this sort of 2D, you each have an army of worms and you sort of like, it's like turn-based, you pick every turn you pick a worm and do something with him. Right? Is it still going? God, it is. Worms Rumble 2020. Huh. Good for worms. I'm looking for a suspect. Have you seen anyone suspicious around?
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
He pats his son's head.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off. What's so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raises his hand to his eyes to shield himself from the pattering rain. All four of you turn to admire the mural before you.
What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Worms was one of your favorites? Do you have to play it with other people? Because yeah, I remember a friend of mine having a Worms game and wanting people to play, like when we would go to his, and this would have been, I'd have been like 10, 11, 12-ish, and so I had a couple of friends, primary school age, and I distinctly remember being at his house once or twice and either playing it and being very bad, or watching him and one of the other friends play it, and they both knew what they were doing. It has a bunch of versus AI modes. Huh. But I never got it. I never had one. It was legendary in Finland because it was a rare game that had Finnish voice acting. Apparently the sound engineer was friends with a Finnish game reviewer. Oh, I see. So yeah, that must have had a real big effect. That must have been really exciting to actually play a game in your language. What was the voice acting in Worms, though? What do Worms have to say? What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Feld Electrical. That makes sense, because you see a big mural that says, Feld Electrical! Recherche et Development! That was insensitive, I'm sorry. Look at the building, looking over you. It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on the broken windowsill. By the way, I can say it now because we're past the point. The reason why I loaded up on perception gear is because, do you remember when we saw Gary with the armor? That's a passive perception check. And if you don't get it, then you don't get it. And I wasn't sure what the threshold was. I think you need perception 5. I'm not sure how passive checks work, to be honest. Because they don't seem to be a roll. It says 12 versus your total 8. But my total here is 2. So I guess yeah, it does do a roll. It just doesn't tell you about the roll. So there isn't much a threshold. You just have to hope. But anyway, Yeah, you need to pass a passive check, so that's why I just quietly put my perception gear on. Then I got that second thought boost, so never mind. Wait, what's an R&D department?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
He smiles brightly, laugh lines around his eyes.
You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Mea culpa, you were not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead. I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
He adjusts his suit jacket.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
Uh-huh. What was the ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
A tape computer?
Mm-hmm. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced. He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind. What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve. Why is your accent different from your dad's, kid?
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins.
Oh, so it wasn't that they failed business-wise, it was because the revolution was happening and the commies didn't like progress?
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're saying Feld Electrical built the boardwalk?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
The lieutenant looks wistfully at the horizon, as if picturing gondolas rising to the sky. Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer that there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
What happened to the engineers, the company people?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
He means that the boys got shot by communists. The boys were bourgeois. Turn to Mikhail. He means they all got shot in the head because they were bourgeois. Do you know what bourgeoisie is?
Officer, I told you this chapter of history wasn't on Mikhail's curriculum yet. Let's keep this kid friendly.
Aw. The boy looks first at you, then back at his father, then back to you, then back at his father, and then he does an Old Spice ad. What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
So you're saying it's not, you've latched on to a possible, I can play Worms with my friends, like, cry for help. It's not one of those, Snip? What was that?
What's the Mars Decree?
Yeah.
I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
Oh, so the March Decree, the Le Décret de Mars, was basically the, Sup! We're here! We're commie! Deal with it!
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans ce Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
Feel like he just got called out, Snip. The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion. How cheap we talking? How did those tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Alienware?
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Womty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
He did it! He said Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced? Okay. The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center. Paul Ockerman, Keith and Guy Juiced. What are you talking about?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
Come on, there is no place called the Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center of Arts. You're making this up. Kim, is he making this up?
In fact, I'm not.
What?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures. I've seen cooler things than that.
I certainly haven't. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07.
Feld playback experiment?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience, but those are incorrect.
How do you know? Why did the revolutionaries destroy it?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
I wanted to ask something else.
But of course. What else?
He smiles and ruffles his kid's head. I want to hear about the Feld building again. No,
Sure.
I don't actually. I just wanted
But of course.
I just wanted
What
to
else?
make it to make the text color fade. You look like someone who has money. Do you have any money?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
He brushes it off like it's not a thing at all. No, I mean, come on, you need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some. Could I have some of that unimportant money then?
Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms.
He looks uncomfortable, his left hand squeezing his son's shoulder.
I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out? By the way, do you work out?
I do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then.
What's Lomantang stick fighting?
It's an anthropological heritage of the Lomantang people. A martial art of sorts, but what not a lot of books mention is that it also carries a cultural significance among the Lomantangs, as it used to be the best means of showing off to look for a bride, which, interestingly enough, brings us to the socio-economic structure of the traditional rural tribes of the Lomantang Isles, which...
He goes on to give you a detailed overview of their way of life, the amiable, slightly nervous smile not once leaving his face.
The full series collection is €39. It's probably more in Oz. How much is that in Oz? $58. Okay, that's not as nice.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying?
I don't really remember what I was saying.
Then I guess everything got said, right? The drizzle. It never seems to stop, does it?
Great. Thank you for all the interesting information.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikael here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
Hello again.
He sounds a bit like Chad. Hello there.
Hello again.
Only in that line. Only in that line. Anyway, Womp-de-Dom-de-Dom Center. It is a very quick thought, 42-minute research. It's Wednesday evening, and something heinously exciting is underway. People have gathered beneath the billowing roof of an oddly shaped trophy building, sipping wine and exchanging opinions. 29-year-old Wunder twins, Guy and Keith Juice, are the stars of the show, with their bomber jackets and white sneakers, head curators of this art exhibition. It's the Womp-de-Dom-de-Dommiest event of the year, and all the cool kids have RSVP'd. Where are you, if you're not there? Let's get rid of one of these perception ones. I like Searchlight Division, but let's get rid of it because I don't need 9 perception. 7 is enough. Let's take Womp-de-Dom-de-Dom. Let's look at this mural. You see a once bright mural towering before you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Looks like tomorrow never came.
The lieutenant raises the collar of his bomber jacket. Step closer. Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first. Why do I feel like I know this place? Indeed, somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it before, when it rained in Martinez and you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since. Could Ruby be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
Listen to the wind. Now this is not an easy check. It is an impossible check. It is a check that you have to... It's one of those checks that are designed to be passed once you gain modifiers. I'm not going to bother clicking it right now. We got 7. And we need a 20. With 8 plus 12, I don't think that actually helps. I think we need more. We got the reconstructed execution. That does help. Looking for Ruby brought you to a mural. Inspect it thoroughly. I'd rather clean up the rest of the game basically before this. Yeah, this is something to wait on. There's a slit in the concrete here. A sewer? Maybe. Let's not go up here just yet. Let's check the ground around. I'm not going to do too much longer because I've got Vampire tomorrow. I'm going to stop a little earlier. The water runs from the west. The source is upstream. A broken pipe? I just want to make sure I get everything outside before I head further in. The rear tire of a motor carriage adorns these reeds. Probably not from mine, unless it fell off and went super fast. Quick travel unlocked church. Can we even quick... See, I think that's the first time I've seen that. Here we go. It's not until you reach this part of the game that they give you the quick travel, because the quick travel literally is just that one thing there. So now in part 7... Because, yeah, there's only 3 places. There's the Fisherman Shacks and the church. I don't know why these both exist, because they're really close to each other. But also the Martinez waterfront. So now we can finally fast travel if we feel the need. A kick drum pulse. The music is coming from somewhere on the ice. You feel the shadow of a very large building fall on you. The sign reads, St. Brune, 1147. Dusty pews in the shadows. Many seem to be missing. An altar shrouded in dark, or something like that. It's too dark to tell. Heavy wooden doors more than twice your height stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock carelessly drilled into the wood. Rattle the doors, see if they open. Nothing happens, only the sound of the padlock rattling against the door.
I don't think that's going to work.
Yeah, thanks.
Do you think our suspect is hiding inside?
He raises his sight to the darkened windows overhead. She might be. It's worth checking out, anyway. High above, the wind wraps the church in its rush. Cold and wet from the ocean bay, it parts around the massive keel-shaped roof. Like a test tunnel washing both sides, the way it has done for 340 years. The wind keeps its distance. So should you. What is this feeling? There is a hole in my heart. The lieutenant looks at the padlock. He didn't hear you asking. You were quiet enough. The carving on the door is block-like and angular like the church itself. 2 large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. The surface is smooth from the wind, but moist to the touch. The cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. You see a yellow circle with 2 X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead. There's something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've ever seen before. What makes it so model? Modern, rather. It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was cheery. Either way, you get the sense that the forces of the future are at work here. Have you seen this symbol before? Kim takes off his glasses, uses a blue handkerchief to thoroughly wipe them clean before inspecting the sticker. Then he looks up, pauses, and replies.
No.
What's it look like to you?
Looks like a dead man smiling. Suggests junior delinquency.
Okay, what's junior delinquency?
For Revachol aussi, the moral intern defined junior delinquents as minors between the ages of 10 and 16 who have committed an act in violation of the law. These acts aren't called crimes as they would be for adults. Crimes committed by minors are called delinquent acts. This was part of your officer's exams.
Sure, but then I forgot. What is suggestive of junior delinquency here?
I haven't seen that sticker before, and I'm not a youth.
I agree, it's very modern. But does the cheery guy not know he's dead? Or does the dead guy not care that he's dead? What is the source of the irony here?
That level of conceptual thinking is not part of my skill set.
Try to peel off the sticker without ripping it. Go! Your hands clam from the sea air. The piece of sticker keeps slipping away. Kim, could I have that handkerchief? My hands are wet. The lieutenant hands you a blue handkerchief. He looks a little dismayed when he gets it back crumpled. However, it should be easier to peel the sticker off now. 83% chance. There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb. Put the sticker in your ledger after the last entry, where it belongs. Looks like today was a gold star day. Secret task complete. Style your paperwork.
Inspect the staple. The padlock passes through a staple that has been hastily attached to the wood. Closer inspection reveals that one of the screws is not a screw at all, but a nail. The work has been done recently, and is unprofessional, to say the least. No option to break in.
If you really think we should get in there, we need to find some other way.
Should we start with that kick drum coming from the ice?
Yes, the pulsing bass. An indication of junior delinquency.
So our tools can't open this padlock, but Kim reckons that the sticker means juvenile delinquents locked it, and juvenile delinquents might be, in the sound of music. Rather, in the general direction of the sounds of music from over there, not the musical. I don't know that... Were there juvenile delinquents in The Sound of Music? I've never seen The Sound of Music. Full of holes. Could these posts hide treasure? Look inside. Alcohol! Cool, we can give that to Idiot Doom Spiral. In fact, let's wrap it up with that. Before you a drawbridge, it can only be lowered from the other side. Let's grab. We'll use this church as the cutoff point. We won't go any further than here. We won't go across this, but we'll clear up everything that we can find here. We won't go onto the boardwalk or past in between here. What we'll do to finish our stream today is go back to Idiot Doom Spiral and give him this potent Pilsner. A sturdy bottle of beer that tastes like piss. Not that you would know how piss tastes like, just a guess. That seemed a little defensive narration. The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth. Yell, "Ho!" into the slit. There's no echo and no answer. What's in there? Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer. Kim, any idea what's down there?
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here.
Could we find Ruby down there?
We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachel's sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building.
But not in there?
I hope not.
Fair enough. Relax, it's not yours. You didn't crash every car in Revachol, hopefully. Alright, that's it. That's everything before our cutoffs. What we still need to explore... God, it's so much harder to figure this map out than the old one. I would have been able to give you a... But basically, yeah, so... We've been to there, we've been to the memorial, the mural there, but the rest of the boardwalk up here, everything beyond it, everything past the church, and then to the right here on the ice. But we got a good half of the beyond the canal areas explored today, so I'm pretty happy with that. Let's go deliver some booze to the friendly drunk and get one last story for the road.
Tequila sunset.
I got you some more booze. Can I have another story now?
Of course. Drink first, story later.
I've got this blue medicinal spirit. How about that? I don't know what he'll say if I offer him that. Can I...
Cotton man.
Okay, so we need to keep the spirit because the tie will kill me. It will literally just choke me where I stand if I give away the spirit. But let's just see what happens, because I'm curious.
Of course. No. Contrary to popular belief, I enjoy being alive.
Oh, okay. He does not want the spirit. Here, I've got a potent Pilsner.
Not much, but it will do.
He grabs the bottle from your hand and uncorks it immediately.
The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez.
Okay.
That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Koran. There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of '44. 17-year-old Gertrude Het is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal.
The streets are warmed by a southerly breeze. The lights of a passing motor carriage bloom and fade in the distance. In the harbour's dark, her cigarette is a beacon, dancing alone. The image comes to you effortlessly, as though you'd walked the same streets yourself 1,000 times.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides.
He looks up to the skies as if searching for peace himself.
What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
You know who this guy's reminding me of in this particular story? You're walking in the woods. There's no one around and your phone is dead. Out of the corner of your eye you spot him, Shia LaBeouf. He's following you, about 30 feet back. And then it keeps going. What does she see? A horse?
Well, yes, but it's the man on the horse that's of interest here. A man with no head on his shoulders. Wearing a found tracksuit, searching for the legendary found cap that went missing when he lost his head.
I thought the headless found rider rode a bull. I even have a figurine. He's on a bull.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
The lieutenant says with a little smirk.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless found rider riding on the back of another headless man.
Well, that sounds pretty implausible to me.
If I hadn't lost my keys that one time, I'd agree with you. But life is a cruel mistress.
Takes a sip.
Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless found rider, but she wasn't the last. Oh no.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
The two feminists?
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
Feminists, lesbians, same thing, right?
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it?
I read the case file. But please, go on.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ula DuPont and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season.
This guy's picture is really interesting. It's like his head breaks apart into the background at the back. Two women stand on a small outcropping of rocks. One of them is wearing a purple raincoat. Thin lines reach out from the rods into the sea. Small droplets start appearing on the surface with increasing frequency.
The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula turns around to reach for the tackle box.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around!
When she sees something. Her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the headless found rider looming on the horizon. Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound. Her body is never recovered.
What happened to Ula DuPont?
Word on the street is that she... you know...
He makes a finger pistol with his right hand, lifts it up to his chin.
Gave herself facial deconstruction surgery. Real grisly
God.
stuff.
Facial deconstruction surgery! That is poetically graphic, that is. Wow!
That part, at least more or less, corresponds to the case file.
See? Told you. Anyway, that's the story of the headless found rider. Pretty crazy, huh?
I've already seen some weird shit on this case. Headless jockey in a tracksuit fits right in.
Hard to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you. That's why it's critical to stay well hydrated.
Thank you, stay hydrated, bot. Who was the headless rider before he died?
Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend.
No
one
really
knows
his name for sure.
There are a couple of possibilities, though.
He stands at 6'6", head and shoulders. Pray he never comes knocking at your door.
Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost-found cap, plotting revenge.
I like the weird product placement of the ghost story. He's a faun rider. He's looking for a faun cap. It would be like if Coca-Cola paid to have a ghost story made about Coke bottles. Oh, headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline.
Even decapitations couldn't stop his commitment to the sport. Are you that committed?
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off.
Oh, nice.
Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all. Yeah, I agree with you.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. That's how I know it's right. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Oh, that's nothing. I've got an even crazier story.
Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
The gnome of Jeroma dissolves its victims with acid.
Acid gnomes? Sounds like a stupid, low-concept band name.
Okay, whatever became of the headless faun rider?
No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight.
Okay, that was good. He makes a spooky gesture with his free hand, and he also goes, "Woo!"
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
You're a stupid legend, Kim.
Aye, I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
The tale, there are many...
Are you telling us...
Shut the fuck...
Can I get out of here?
Our heroine, what she doesn't know... Well,
damn it!
With no...
Damn
yes,
it!
Good...
Damn it!
Fuck,
Damn it!
bro.
Damn it!
What?
Damn it!
I read
Damn
it.
it!
Right.
Damn it!
The wind...
Damn it! Damn it!
The
Damn
women
it!
are...
Damn it! Damn it!
Wind
Damn
shot
it!
there,
Let me
wrote
out!
her
Damn it!
body.
Damn it!
Word
Damn
gave her
it!
that
Damn it!
part.
Damn it!
See?
Damn it!
Anyway,
Damn it!
no one...
Damn it!
won't.
Damn it!
Aye, I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
Once again, I clicked it again because it was lit up, and I wanted to make it not be lit up. Have you got any more urban myths?
I actually do have one. The strangest of them all. But I'll need to fortify myself before I can tell that one. Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me you got some story juice.
I don't.
If you find any.
Nor do I particularly feel inclined to go and get some tonight. But we can do one more Idiot Doom Spiral story next week, I think. We've got a lot of stuff to do next week, but our task list is looking more and more manageable. Inspect the traps, hold on to the spirits, meet the commies, find the jacket, find Ruby, figure out where the shot came from, inspect the buoy, add more beauty to the wall, find the helmet, because it's the last piece of armor we need, find the murder weapon, get 2 signatures for Evrard. Actually, you know what? Since we have fast travel, does fast travel advance time is my question. It shouldn't, because it shouldn't advance time to move. It should only advance time to talk to people. So let's, before we finish... Oh, can I not? Why can I not? Sometimes it lets you fast travel and sometimes it don't. Do I have to be, like, in the area for it or something? Like, do I have to be in one of those 3 spots in order to use it? Because I'm in the fisherman... The fisherman? I'm in the fisherman village. Here we are. Travel to the Martinez waterfront. It should still be 7... Yeah, 7:22. The reason why I do that is because before we finish, one last thing. Let's do some art. Let's finish our stream with some art. Because we have the fuel can now. We have the paintbrush. It's right there. Paintbrush, check. Heavy fuel oil, check. Now the only thing left to do is paint the wall. The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind. Fuck the police. I love you, Kuno. Mother of all walls. What shadow lies there beneath the bright gleam? A 3,500-year-old pictogram of a human being. Something beautiful is going to happen. No parking. 7 choices. What do the people that are still with me feel like? I think it's just Guan, Snip, and the lurkers here, though I think Blue Moon might be around as well. What do we like? What's a good message? Or a funny message? Either way. Blue Moon likes something beautiful is gonna happen. Jeu and Dungeons likes the pictogram. Snip likes Kuno. Well, we can't just do it as a vote. You gotta make your case. You gotta convince me to pick your option. I like 6. I do like 6. It's nice and poetic. I'd be interested in 5 just to see what it looks like. I kind of like 4, just because it's dumb. Actually, I can always save Scubbit, to be honest. If I want to see what 6 looks like, I could always... Sorry, if I want to see what 5 looks like, I could always just do that and then reload. What the fuck? You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message. For a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation? I hear there's a really bad one we are supposed to solve.
Let's go with option 6, though. I just wanted to see what that symbol looked like, and it's actually cooler than I thought. I thought it would just be a stick figure, but that's actually kind of interesting. But let's put a message of hope on the wall. Something beautiful is going to happen.
Very poetic. Real poetry.
Kim's reaction doesn't change no matter what we put there. Or maybe he would if we say fuck the police, but then again, maybe not. He's used to us by now. Let's fast travel again. If it it doesn't let me. You have to stand in the fast travel spot in order to use fast travel. That's really stupid. I understand it, like, if there was an object in the world that you clicked on, but it's weird when there's no good indicator of where I'm supposed to stand. There's something down there. The musty smell of a potato cellar in spring. This one's fairly obvious, but... I'm gonna go back to the Fisherman Shacks, because that's where I'd finished. And we'll finish where I was going to finish, which is next to Idiot Doom Spiral, just so I can remember that he has another story, because I don't want to forget that he has another story. Since I would very much like to listen to that story next time. But yeah, finishing a bit early today for a weekend, but I do have tabletop tomorrow, and that requires extra time to do some thinking. So, I will see you guys tomorrow for Vampire the Masquerade, and then on Wednesday for more Shadowbringers. Do enjoy both. Fare thee well.